Douglas, and it is already shaping up to be a nice, kind of warm and humid day today. Let's take a look outside from our High Five camera outside of our studios here at 1960 Union Avenue. You can see some darker clouds and some just overall overcast clouds as we did have some parts of the Mid-South experiencing some rain throughout much of the overnight hours. Let's bring in meteorologist Maggie McCauley now on the digital desk to talk more about the forecast. And Maggie, there were some showers out there overnight, but most of that's moved out of our area, right? Good morning.
Yeah, hey, good morning. It's out of Shelby County at least. We saw some showers and some heavy downpours in portions of really sitting east of the city of Memphis, so Collierville, Germantown getting in on that overnight. Right now, here's a live look at First Alert Doppler radar at 7 a.m. this morning. North Mississippi still getting in on the heaviest of activity, especially within the delta of eastern Arkansas into north Mississippi. So I'm talking about Phillips, Coahoma, Quitman County getting in on the heaviest downpours right now, especially just clipping just southern portions of Phillips County. That shower has caused a lot of rain in the city of Stuttgart overnight, now passing on again into portions of the Mid-South. That's what's going on right now. Some pockets and portions of Marshall into Lafayette County. We're going to be seeing this activity taper off as we head into the back half of your Tuesday, but we're not done with the rainfall for your work week, not by any means. I'm looking at the heaviest and the most widespread rain actually coming into play later on the day on Wednesday, overnight into portions of your early Thursday. Now, after this round gets done, we will start to dry out, and then the heat cranks up as we head into your weekend ahead. Let's take it hour by hour. What can you expect for the rest of your work week? Again, a few isolated showers over the next few hours, but the majority of activity actually shifting off to the east. I think a lot of us could even see some sunshine before it's all said and done today. And then heading into Wednesday, I know I told you that's our next best chance of rain. But don't be surprised when the majority of Wednesday is dry. I think even the commute is going to be dry. Got any plans for lunchtime? I think you're going to be dry as well. It's not until the evening and overnight when we start to see these heavier pockets make their way in. I'm thinking 5, 6 o'clock for portions of eastern Arkansas. This should cross over the Mississippi River anywhere between 9, 10, 11 o'clock. Shifting into portions of Shelby County. Now, this line is what we're going to be watching as it drops down into the Mid-South, because as it does, it could be bringing some gusty winds, heavy rainfall, even some small hail with it. So we're going to be keeping our eye on it as it makes its way in, shifting overnight through the Mid-South. I think a lot of Thursday, waking up, maybe a few isolated showers, but Thursday looking a little bit drier out there. Severe weather risk, level 2, clipping portions of eastern Arkansas into northwest Tennessee. What does that mean? When we could see a few scattered stronger to severe storms in the mix here in Shelby County under that level 1 of the 5 threat level. So again, we're going to be keeping our eye on this as it makes its way through. Low-end threats with this as it does as well. After that's all said and done, that's when the heat starts to make its way through. And I do want to hit on this as well because it's still very impactful. We have not seen heat like this so far this season, and it comes into play just in time for the first day of summer, which is on Saturday. So here's your first alert to late week heat coming back into the forecast. Humidity increasing, feels like temperatures in the triple digits. Take a look at this. Your feels like temperatures over the next 5 days. It's going to be warm over the next few, but really Friday, Saturday, and Sunday is what we're going to be watching for, because that's when triple digit feels like temperatures come into the mix. I'm talking low end on Saturday and Sunday. Heat alerts most likely going to be issued for the first time this season as we come into Saturday and Sunday. So what does that mean for you? Well, it means you should be careful if you're going to be outdoors for extended periods of time. Limit your time outdoors. Pay attention to your body and how you're feeling. Drink water even if you're not thirsty. Stay in shaded areas, and then also make sure to check on the most vulnerable. Check on your children. Keep a close eye on them. Also on any elderly people you know. Just make sure that you're checking up with them as well as it starts to really just heat up as we head into your weekend ahead. Here's a look at your 10-day forecast. Again, rain chances stick around all the way through Thursday. Friday, I think it's going to be dry out there. Our next best chance of rain, like I timed out for you, is going to be overnight Wednesday into your Thursday morning. Temperature wise, we're going to be near 90 as we head Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Middle 90s come back as we head Saturday, Sunday, Monday into the last full week of June. So here's what we're looking like, Andrew. We're watching showers and storms overnight Wednesday into your Thursday, and then our attention is going to turn to the heat that comes into play this weekend.
I was going to ask you, Maggie, is that with the heat and humidity, you're talking about triple-digit feel-like temperatures in the triple digits this weekend, this Thursday? What do you think?
Yeah, really looking like they'll come into play first on Friday. So near 100-degree feels like temperature on your Friday afternoon. Then we'll kick it to about 100, anywhere to 105 on Saturday and Sunday. So when it gets to 105, that's when we start to see heat advisories issued. And I would not be surprised if we see those issued across the Mid-South on Saturday and on Sunday.
Okay, meteorologist Maggie McCauley starting us off on a Tuesday. Maggie, thank you.
No problem.
All right, let's take another live look from our High 5 camera outside of our studios here, where it is 74 degrees at 5 minutes after 7 as you're just getting up on the Action News 5 digital desk. Of course, we'll be talking all morning long about the forecast, what to expect not only today, the next 24 hours, 48 hours, but also later this week and continuing into the weekend. So one of the things that we are doing this morning, and one of the top stories was about this meeting that's happening today with regards to XAI. And there are supporters and critics on both sides of XAI in Memphis. XAI, home to one of the world's largest and most powerful supercomputers here based in Memphis. And there are supporters of it. There are also critics that are concerned about the environmental impact. Supporters are saying they're being very hyperbolic when it comes to that kind of rhetoric. Action News 5's Stephanie Douglas has more on the back and forth and what to expect later today.
Well, this morning, the NAACP, along with the Southern Environmental Law Center, plans to hold a press conference to talk about updates about XAI's data center in South Memphis. Earlier this month, the Southern Environmental Law Center filed a petition with the EPA over concerns about the area's ozone levels. For months, we've been telling you about concerns about pollution in the area, specifically around the use of gas turbines and proper permits. Last night, we heard from Tennessee State Representative Justin J. Pearson about his concerns as he calls for more transparency from leaders like Memphis Mayor Paul Young and others backing the project.
It is so important that people have accurate information to make decisions and to understand what this project is doing. XAI, a lack of information.
Chamber says some of those gas.
We want that to continue to happen in our community.
The Greater Memphis Chamber says some of those gas turbines are being powered down. Last week, Representative Pearson met with Mayor Paul Young about concerns in the supercomputer. Mayor Young is encouraging people to understand the facts around the project, saying there's a lot of hyperbole about what comes from the turbines. Now, it's also important to note that Memphis Mayor Paul Young and city leaders announced a 25% plan from XAI's city property revenue that will be reinvested into neighborhoods within a 5-mile radius around the facility. Reporting, I'm Stephanie Douglas, Action News 5.
Okay, Stephanie Douglas there reporting for us. Coming up on the Action News 5 digital desk, we mentioned this earlier. You know, it is going to be a very hot summer, as it mostly is each and every year across Memphis and the Mid-South. Well, we have a nurse practitioner from Regional 1 talking about various ways that we can protect our skin, not just for you, but your entire family. That interview coming up later this morning on Action News 5's digital desk. We are also talking with our friends at Memphis Botanic Garden. They're going to be talking about not only their Live at the Garden concert series that is set to get underway this weekend, but also other events that are always happening there at Memphis Botanic Garden. We'll be checking in with them to talk about their scheduled events. We're also going to interview an actress. You know, Yellowstone, that series was so very popular. We are interviewing an actress. Her name is Dawn Olivieri. Perhaps you saw Yellowstone, you know exactly who that is. She moved from California to the state of Arkansas and said she not only found a slower pace of life, but a stronger purpose in life. So once I heard that, I was like, we got to talk to this woman about what she has seen and heard and how she's enjoying life in the state of Arkansas. And in addition to that, we're going to be talking to Grammy-nominated Mary Gaither coming to Memphis. She's going to be playing with Jamie Harris at the Memphis Alano Club on June 28th. Those stories and plenty more, including weather updates on Action News 5's digital desk. Right now, I just want to once again go to this live camera here outside of our studios at 1960 Union Avenue. Also want to show you this one. This is downtown. As you can see, the Mississippi River, 74 degrees, 10 minutes after 7. We're going to take a short break here. Back in 1 minute on Action News 5's digital desk. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Now is the best time, better than ever, to really kind of focus in on your health. And, you know, a lot of times, guys, myself included, we wait until the very last minute to worry about our health. You know, if we're not dying, then everything's fine, right? We can tough it out no matter what happens. Well, that's just not the way to do it these days. And not only that, but you know, just a few years ago, there was this focus on dad bods, and, you know, that was all the rage. Well, today, it's more about fitness. It's more about building strength, longevity, performance, not only for you to be healthy for yourself, but also for your family, to be the patriarch of your family for many, many years to come. So where do we begin? A lot of times, that kind of thing can be intimidating for us. If we don't work out regularly, we want to get healthy, but we don't know where to start. Where do we begin? Well, joining me now on the Action News 5 digital desk, I am joined by our fitness trainer at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville, Tyler Timms. He is with us now to kind of help us really think about not only physical health, but also a mental health and how to have optimal health this month and beyond, the summer season, the fall season, and beyond. Ty, thanks so much for joining us on the digital desk. So all those guys out there, where should they begin when it comes to that optimal health? Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having me on, Andrew. You know, this month is Men's Health Month, and it is truly important for men, you know, for everybody, but this goes well beyond this month. But the basic thing you want to do is just get started. It is sometimes the most difficult thing to just put that foot forward and just get going. We have all kinds of new exercises in the club all the time. I work at Lifetime here on the training staff. And, you know, one thing we really do is start where people are. We always want to make sure that, you know, if you're just getting into it, you're not trying to kill yourself. One of the best things to do is start with body weight. We've got some really neat, I'm going to bring some, you know, some neat body weight exercises in today, something easy to start with, kind of taking away the excuses. I don't have the equipment, I can't get to the gym, you know, whatever you need to, whatever excuse you have, when you have body weight, gravity, and a little bit of space.
So let's dive in a little bit to that, Ty. I mean, yeah, a lot of people are going to come up with a myriad of excuses so they don't have to work out. Well, I can't do this, I can't do that. But you can always exercise each and every day, no matter what, right? Let's start it off.
All right. Well, it's really important. You know, when we're talking about men, it's one of those things that metabolism, your hormones, everything gets shifted around, just like in women and men. Things change through the years. What we're dealing with is a battle back, and that's what I get my mindset going with. Always trying to battle back every day, doing something a little bit better, doing something a little bit more, making a little better choice. It's really about the choices that you get into. What I'm going to show you is about 4 or 5 different moves, body weight oriented. You want to need a little bit of space. I have a mat right here. You can use a couple different pieces of equipment. You really don't need it. Manipulate gravity. There's a ton of stuff that you can do. There's a lot of professional athletes that really primarily just work body weight, and it's pretty spectacular some of the results that you can get. We're going to go through some push-up variations, a little bit of squats, some lunge, plank, bridge. All these things can be used with body weight. Let's get right into it. First thing I want to do is a couple different squat variations. And you've got your basic squat stance. So feet just outside shoulder width. And really the thing with the squat, you want to feel like you're balanced front to back, side to side, and you can change this up. Every exercise can be progressive or regressive. That means you can make it harder, you can make it a little bit easier. We're going to start with something right in the middle. I'm going to show you how you can do this. So just basic squat form, you're right here. I'm going to turn to the side so you can kind of see what my hips are doing. I'm throwing my hips back. I'm getting my back and my shoulders and my head in a really good position. So this is a typical, really good body weight squat. Get down, depending on your range of motion, how low you can go. That low squat actually is a really healthy thing to do, making sure that your back and hips can all get in the right type of position. You do about 30 to 50 of those, and you'll be toast. Start at 10. Start where you are. Get 5. Get 10. Build your way up. Body weight can really build up to a higher number. A lot of times I'm in the 15 to 30 range as far as reps. Make that exercise a little bit tougher. We're going to turn it into a single leg squat. Use either a seat or you can just go straight body weight. Go all the way down into what we call a twisted squat. Come all the way back out of it. Good challenge for those that are a little bit more high level. You got your double, you got your single. All right, we're going to go right into a push-up. So the plank form, either elevated or if you're down on the ground and you don't have something to elevate on, you can get down low. We're going to come back up to the top. This is a good regression. So when you're working with gravity, anything on incline is going to make it a little easier. If my feet and my head were swapped, now you're talking about something that's a little more difficult. Basic push up. Now, what I like to do with a lot of my clients, push up to what I call a T-twist. You get a lot of stability in the shoulder, and you're going to alternate that with both sides. Push up, rotate, push up, rotate. So those are excellent push exercises and a squat exercise for the body weight. Now kind of pushing on into that next level, we're going to get down on the mat and we're going to do a couple little core exercises. So right here, you've got, make sure I'm in the frame, you've got dead bug, you've got bridge, you've got long sit-ups, and you can add a rotation in here as well. Now I'm going to start breaking a sweat. And once you get through all those, plank, squat, and the push-up, if you want to add in another leg exercise, the lunge is also extremely effective. One thing I do with my lunges is I turn them into multiplanar. So coming into a lunge, back out. You can see I'm really dipping down into it. I'm letting the back work. I'm letting the hips work. If I go out to the side, get down nice and deep. I can come up. You can go left and right. So those are multiplanar. You go into frontal plane, you go into sagittal plane. So that all gives you, I'm a little bit out of breath. That gives you a little bit of idea.
I liked exactly what you were doing. I think you moved so much, Ty, that I think your microphone may have dropped a little bit. But
Okay.
but listen, I love all this stuff because this is something that people can do anywhere, whether they're traveling for business in a hotel room or at home or somewhere else where they might not necessarily be able to get to a gym. This is something that they can do, and so diet, of course, always is good with exercise. A lot of people want to do things to boost their where do people get in, make mistakes and kind of get in that rut of maybe doing too much too soon or not doing enough or just losing the aspects and the drive to come to the gym or continue these exercises?
Right. It's can you hear me okay?
It's a little bit echoey. When you were doing some of your exercises, it sounded like the mic had slipped somewhere. But we can hear you. It's just
Okay.
not as optimal.
Okay. Sorry about that. So what people get involved with is a lot of read and imitate. Internet, friends, and it's not very specific to them. So one thing we do here at Lifetime is we really go through a pretty detailed, what we call a discovery. It lets us know where you are, put a plan together. So the first thing for everybody is set a goal. Set a goal, set a short-term goal, set a long-term goal. That goal has to have a plan around it. It needs, some thought to it. What that is can be a lot of different things. That's where the individual customization comes in. Really want to educate. So we're big on entertaining, educating. We're friendly and inviting. Part of our mission statement. We really want to educate and make sure people know where they're starting, where they need to start. So there's a lot of information out there, but basically you just want to start below. I have this saying. I said, underperform regularly. It's one of those things. Consistency will get you to a really good place. That's a foundation. And then you want to go a little bit farther. Men want to build muscle beyond just body weight exercises. You may want to go into a loading phase. So different phases are really important. Start with a lot of balance, stability, flexibility, just general conditioning. Don't put too much pressure on yourself to get to the end. And that's just a good piece of advice everywhere, from business to my parents gave that advice to me. It's go through the steps. I always think about farmers. Boy, they have to go through all these steps, and it starts with that very first one to get to that harvest. And that's your body. That's the same thing.
Yeah, no question about it, Ty. And I just want to review for folks that you gave us 5 fundamental body weight workout movements: push-ups, squats, the lunge, plank, and a gluten bridge. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go here? Because these are great tips for people out there just trying to focusing on getting back to being more physically fit and as a result, mentally fit.
Right. Well, there's a lot of help out there. We have a club. We're here right in Collierville, just off Houston. It's a great place to come in, to get away, shut the life out, outside, and really do something good for yourself. But if you're not able to get to our physical location, there are a lot of places around. Use something convenient. Use something that's close to you. We have an app that is free for everyone. It has tons of information, education, workouts that are on there, and all you have to do is download. There is no cost to it. We would love for you to be a member here, but that is something that our company has made sure that everybody in the world can get hold of. And there is a workout. There are tons of great workouts. And just like I took you through, there are body weight workouts. There are loaded workouts. You can get some little pieces of equipment and go through these programs. I would highly suggest that. And the other piece is just the nutrition side of it. Going through your normal diet, just changing a few things. Supplement when necessary, drink a lot of water, add a little more protein, and then focus on recovery and sleep. Those are things that all men should do, but everybody can use that advice as well.
All right, there he is, Tyler Timms, fitness trainer at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville. Appreciate the tips, Tyler. Great stuff, and always looking for better ways for optimal health. We appreciate your time.
Hey, no problem. It's just
The Action News 5 digital desk talking about the 40th anniversary of Dollywood. Yeah, it's been around 40 years. It's going to be a spectacular summer for anyone that goes to Dollywood as they celebrate 40 years. This was something that started as a roadside attraction just on the side of the road, it seemed like, in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, East Tennessee, and is now turned into the #1 theme park in America. This is according to TripAdvisor reviews. And joining me now on the Action News 5 digital desk, I am joined by Pete Owens. He is Vice President of Marketing and PR at Dollywood. And Pete, I see that you're out and about among some of the crowds there. Good morning to you. Tell me what's going on in Dollywood.
Good morning to you. It's a beautiful day here in East Tennessee. We're right on what we call Show Street, which is our front room. Right when you walk in the gate, this is the first thing that you're going to see. You see the kite sky behind me that's celebrating summer. We're getting ready to open our summer festival this summer. And as you said, it's going to be a great year for us. It is the 40th anniversary. We're celebrating all of those things that we've done in the past, but we're also trying to make new memories with families, and we've got some great new shows, including a brand new drone and fireworks show for summer that's going to do some things that folks around here and actually folks all over the region have probably never seen before, and that's drones that actually have fireworks on them and they work together. So it's going to be a pretty interesting summer.
It sounds like it, and right now, you know, our audience is looking at some video from Dollywood, just a great attraction there that so many people from our area here in the Mid-South, you know, West Tennessee, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas, thousands of families here love to go to Dollywood in East Tennessee and Pigeon Forge and check things out. So when they arrive this summer, Pete, give us some details on what exactly they can expect this summer that's going to be different from years past.
Well, I mean, we're celebrating the 40th anniversary primarily with shows. We've got a brand new show called Play On that goes through the 40 years of entertainment. You said that Dollywood really started as a roadside attraction, which is true. Started with our train all the way back in 1960. But when we became Dollywood after the 1985 season of Silver Dollar City, we really started to build our brand on entertainment. I mean, obviously that makes sense for Dolly because she is a legend in the entertainment industry, and we have legendary shows. So Play On really chronicles all of that. Talked a minute ago about the summer celebration that we have with the incredible 40th anniversary drone and fireworks show, which goes part of our Sweet Summer Nights dance party that comes out in the evening as soon as it starts to get a little dusky around here. But folks can really, they can reminisce about all of the great food they've had. We're celebrating the best food for 40 years. We're celebrating the best rides over the years. And there are a lot of different little surprises and icons around that folks will remember, including a brand new sign that we've put in that is an homage to what Dolly said all the way back in 1980 when she moved to Hollywood, saw the Hollywood sign and said, "That looks like Dollywood." And we have a Dollywood sign up that is the thing that we used back in 1985 to announce Dollywood. So really some fun, cool things. But any day at Dollywood's a great day. You can go to Dollywood Splash Country, our water park. Folks from West Tennessee can come up and stay in one of our resorts. But just enjoy the day here in the Great Smoky Mountains. It's the most beautiful place on the planet and a great place to come for vacation.
I love it, Pete. So if someone's watching right now, they're interested in bringing their family, what do you recommend they do?
Well, first place to go is go to Dollywood.com. And the opportunity there is you can plan your visit. You can see what value pricing we have for the summer. We have a lot of different deals going this summer, both for the resorts and for the parks, and an opportunity for them to see what the best thing is for them. And then before they arrive, download the Dollywood app so they have the opportunity to see show schedule, the map that we have that's on the app, and any new offers we have. We also have mobile ordering on our app so that if you're out doing something in the park, you decide you and your family want to have lunch, you can order ahead and you can get your lunch whenever you arrive. So it is, technology is new in a theme park that started with an 1880s theme. But there's a lot of trip planning tools that we have and a lot of offers we have for the summer. And that's what I would encourage folks to do first.
That sounds great. Pete Owens, Dollywood's VP of Marketing and PR. We appreciate you coming on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, celebrating 40 years of Dollywood. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. You know, the kids are out for school. You got summer season upon us, and why not take a trip somewhere? And one of the most affordable ways is perhaps going camping around your area, or maybe taking a road trip and going camping. It has become more popular than ever. In fact, 1 of 4 leisure trips out there now includes camping. Let's talk more about this idea of camping across our region and really across the country right now. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Senior Vice President of Marketing for Campgrounds of America, KOA, Diane Eichler, joining us on the Digital Desk to talk about camping. So, Diane, let's talk about this. It feels like a resurgence of camping out there across the country, but for me and my family, we've always enjoyed camping. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So tell me about this this popularity that we are seeing in camping all across the country.
Yeah, camping has always historically been a really great summer activity, but over the last 5 or 6 years, we have welcomed over 11 million new campers to camping. So we at KOA are super excited to open up our peak season and welcome all of our campers, old and new, out into the great outdoors again this year.
Yeah, so tell me more about it, because I saw this stat where it said 1 in 4 of those trips, you know, people pick business or pleasure or leisure, and 1 of 4 of those leisure trips involve camping in some form or fashion. And we're talking about all kinds of camping, the RV type or the tents, that sort of thing, right?
Yeah, you know, camping has grown. We have a lot of different accommodations that we offer at KOA. And to your point, we've got so many different demographics that are coming out to camp. It can be retirees, it can be Gen Zs who are historically traveling with their larger friend groups. We've got millennial families who are bringing kiddos in tows. We welcome pets. 50% of our campers camp with pets. So we have a really great curated Camp Canine program that welcomes our furry family members as well. And we have accommodations for all types of campers. If you're traveling in an RV, we've got great pull-through sites that have hookups and patios. We've got opportunities for tent campers. We've got glamping opportunities, which is one of my favorite ways to camp with our deluxe cabin product. You can come in, pack a suitcase, you don't need a lot of gear, and walk into a cabin that has a couple of bedrooms, a bathroom, a kitchenette, and it's like having a hotel room in the great outdoors. So lots of different types of campers and lots of different accommodations that are available for our campers out in our great KOA system.
That sounds great. I mean, you got all kinds of different types of camping, from the very serious, I would say, to some that are glamping, as you mentioned. I'm curious about that to try and convince my wife. I'm an Eagle Scout, so I'm used to camping in the outdoors. So is my son. But to do a glamping, describe that once again. Is that probably isn't available at every KOA campground out there, but certainly, in fact, there's one near our area here in Marion, Arkansas. But I'm curious about the glamping, the cabin type feels. Tell me more.
Yeah, well, glamping has actually taken off in the last couple years. And so we have, as part of our glamping product, we've got deluxe cabins. At certain other campgrounds, we'll have yurts and tree houses and silos and what we consider unique accommodations. So it's not just a one-stop shop of one type of product, but there's lots of different variety, and each one of those unique glamping opportunities is often signature to space and place. So what you're going to have in potentially Tennessee might be very different than what you would find at one of our campgrounds in California. So that's one of the great things about KOA, is that none of them are the same. We're all unique and we all have different signature opportunities at each campground.
Fantastic, Diane. Finally, if someone wants to maybe kind of look at this as perhaps a summer vacation for the family, where can they go online to do that?
Of course, visit us at KOA.com. And while you're there, I encourage everyone to hop on over to our blog. We've got lots of tips and tricks, tons of recipes, and lots of guides for you to help you get outdoors this summer in a really hassle-free and fun way.
That sounds great. Diane Eichler, we appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk talking about the enjoyment and popularity of camping all across America. Thanks so very much.
Thank you so much, and happy
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, believe it or not, the summer concert series happening at the Overton Park Shell is winding down, but there's still a lot of great live music that you can be a part of. Joining me now, talking with our friend Shelby Smith over at Overton Park Shell. Shelby, still a lot going on with the Overton Park Shell and the mobile Shell on Wheels. Good morning.
Yes, we this is our second to last weekend of the Orion Free Concert Series. So while we're sad that things are kind of settling down over here, there's still plenty for people to enjoy between the concerts that we have at our historic music venue and where we'll be with Shell on Wheels. We're kicking everything off on Thursday, as always. We've got a lineup of fantastic shows coming at you. On Thursday, we've got Pell, which if you like PJ Morton or Doja Cat or Tank and the Bangas, he's actually been on tour with all of those artists, bringing his kind of blend of R&B and hip hop. So we're super stoked to have him down from New Orleans. And then on Friday, we'll be headed into the weekend with Alejandro Escoveda. And he is kind of a blend of country and punk rock and roll, cowpunk, if you know it as that genre. And during that show, we'll actually be leading an activation with our friends over at Project Green Fork. We are the first Tennessee Green certified music venue. And so we'll be doing a sustainability activation showing people how to distribute their trash or to separate those things out. So we're really leading the charge with those sustainability efforts at the Overton Park Shell. Super excited about that new partnership. And then closing out the weekend for the Orion Free Concert Series over here will be Lady Couch, which Americana, grassroots country. It's a duo, and we're super stoked to have them as well. But if you can't catch us here at the historic music venue, hopefully you can catch us on the road with Shell on Wheels, where we'll be leading two different activations. We've got the Juneteenth Heritage Festival in Douglas Park. Excited. I mean, obviously, Juneteenth is a fantastic way to honor the freedom of African Americans in the city that is a powerhouse when it comes to our African American culture. And then leading into, I believe, Saturday that day as well, we'll be doing an activation over at the Museum of Science and History. It is their Laser Live series featuring Luca. So that was a lot for people to digest, but like I said, we're rocking and rolling here at the Overton Park Shell, and we're just excited for people to come and join us.
You guys always stay very busy, Shelby. There's no question about it. You got concerts at the normal venue there. You got other concerts at the mobile Shell on Wheels. It's great to see you guys so active. How was last weekend? Did the rain kind of impact your schedule a little bit?
A little bit, you know, we're at the helm of Mother Nature. It can get a little complicated over here, but luckily we have some outstanding venue partners that when they are open and available and they have staff that are equipped with our needs for not only our bands, but our patrons that want to join for the show, they open their doors to us and we are so grateful. So we were able to save one of our shows and it was fantastic. Thanks to Growlers and Menfo Presents and Diddy TV. We were able to get Eddie 9V over there very quickly as the rain was coming down. So once again, we're just thankful for the patience and the understanding from our patrons, but also these partnerships from our venue partners. They are so valuable, especially when we're at the helm of Mother Nature. It's been an abnormally wet season, but you know, we do what we can to make sure that we're able to pivot as best as we possibly can.
I'm no meteorologist, Shelby, but I understand that it's going to be a little bit drier this next few days, especially this weekend. So hopefully you guys will be A-OK with all the different events you have going on. And, I would just was wondering if there might be a great website that people can get all this information that you mentioned about all the different things you got going on.
Yeah, absolutely. You can find all of this information for the concerts here and wherever we're going to be with Shell on Wheels this season at overtonparkshell.org. But we also have a Facebook, we have an Instagram, and we send out a newsletter once a week via MailChimp. And so if you're not subscribed, you can definitely subscribe to get that information straight into your inbox so you'll know where to be and when to be there.
Perfect. And one other thing, I know this is kind of winding down the spring and summer season, but you guys crank it up again in the fall. Is that right?
Absolutely. And that that fall series lineup is going to be announced July 7th. So definitely be on the look for that. And we're also in partnership with WYXR, where we'll be doing a special programming slot for people to get kind of an idea of the artists that we're bringing during the fall season. So you'll be able to tune into that via WYXR 91.7 FM and listen to the sounds of the fall season. And also reminder, we have two different Shell Yeah fundraising shows featuring Big Crit and Kingfish. And so those are also things that you can look forward to, and all of our fundraising shows empower the opportunity for free music to continue here at the Overton Park Shell. So lots to tune into, lots of information to digest. But again, overtonparkshell.org is where you can figure out all of that information and be ready for another great season of music.
Can't wait for that, Shelby Smith. Thank you so much for coming on the Digital Desk, spelling it out for all of us, all those great activities, great concerts, great events coming to Memphis and the Mid-South. We appreciate your time as always.
See y'all soon.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Let's check in with the Shelby County Sheriff's Office because they have a huge hiring event that they're working on right now. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk right now by our friend Alexis Alameen. She is with the Sheriff's Office and is actually a deputy with corrections. Alexis, tell us about this hiring that's happening this summer and what the Sheriff's Office is looking for exactly. Good morning.
Good morning. We're currently hiring for a corrections deputy. You can start your career right after high school. You have to be 18 years of age, high school diploma, and a valid driver's license. The process is a 12-week process. It's also a paid training. We are currently offering a $5,000 sign-on and retention bonus.
Okay, and so give me an idea of is this a push to have more correctional officers because of a larger grand plan? Is there always been a deficit? Tell me why, because 330, it seems like a lot right now, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is. We're currently pushing 300 plus corrections deputy in our facility due to the staff shortage that we currently have going on at the moment.
Okay, so let's reiterate a little bit of what you were saying just a minute ago, Alexis. You were saying starting pay would be above $48,000, top pay reaching out of over $62,000 after 5 years, and then there's a $5,000 signing bonus. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and talk to me about residency requirements, and is there a physical? I mean, what else is involved?
Okay, currently for this position, there is no residency requirement, and the physical agility test is not required as well.
Okay, and so what do people need to do? Is there a certain job fair? Do they need to apply online? How's the process work?
We currently have a website. It's www.scsocareers.com. If they're interested in the position, they're going to go on there and apply for the open position.
Okay, so there's not necessarily a job fair or a place where people can meet in person and you guys do interviews on the spot, is there not?
No, sir, not at the moment.
Okay, tell me about college incentives, training opportunities, that sort of thing. I understand that's part of the package too, right?
For college incentive, it is a 7.5 percentage for pay, and we also you can have a bachelor's degree or master's degree, and you will get paid for that. The training, it is a 12 pay week, Monday through Friday from 8 to 4:30. And that's about it.
Okay, and you know, a lot of people might be intimidated with the idea of being a corrections deputy, a corrections officer. Tell me a little bit about your job, how long you've done it, what's it like? Give me a day-to-day.
Okay, I've been with corrections for 8.5 years now. No day will never be the same. I actually enjoy what I do because I enjoy helping others. The different things that you see throughout the facilities. You have your good days, you have your bad days, but your good outweigh the bad. It's just another day.
Okay, all right. Well, give us that website one more time so if someone's interested, they can go and apply.
The website is www.scsocareers.com.
Okay, Alexis Alameen, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you, and best of luck to the Sheriff's Office on hiring more than 330 corrections officers this summer. We appreciate your time.
Right, thank you.
Well, happy Tuesday out there. We're starting off with some showers and storms this morning, but those are going to be tapering off as we head into your afternoon and evening hours. Our next best chance of rain comes in as we head late Wednesday into your early Thursday. Then we finally start to dry out into your weekend ahead. So let's take it hour by hour. As I said, isolated in nature showers and storms still going to continue over your next hour or two, 8, 9 o'clock. As we head into the afternoon, a majority of that activity does shift off to your east. Let's shift into Wednesday because that's the day we're going to be watching for more widespread rain and maybe a few stronger storms in the mix as well. Starting off in the morning, dry. I think the majority of Wednesday is actually going to be dry. Noon looking dry as well. It's the evening hours that we're going to start to see these storms come and drop into the mid-south. I'm thinking anywhere between 6, 7, 8 o'clock for portions of eastern Arkansas. This line going to be crossing over the Mississippi River into portions of Shelby County as we head 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. So later in the evening. We're going to be watching this line as it makes its way through. Could be containing some small hail and gusty winds as it shifts into the mid-south. This is going to be overnight, tapering off as we head into your early Thursday. Maybe a few isolated showers and storms in the mix for your Thursday morning commute, but a majority of that activity is going to be over with. There is a slight risk of severe weather for some of us in the mid-south as that makes its way in. This is going to be north of Shelby County, that slight risk impacting portions of northeastern Arkansas and northwestern Tennessee. Here in Shelby County, we are in a level 1 out of the 5 threat levels. And again, main impacts we're watching for gusty winds, small hail, and some heavy rainfall as well. After we get out of that activity, out of the rainfall, after it shifts east of us, we're going to be dealing with heat into your later portion of your work week and into the weekend. I'm talking Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Feels like temperatures in the triple digits. Take a look at this over the next 5 days. Feels like conditions going to be warm over your week ahead, but into Friday and Saturday, Sunday really starts to ramp up. I'm talking triple digit feels like temperatures for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, also into your next work week as well. I would not be surprised if we see our first heat alerts of the season issued for Saturday and Sunday across the Mid-South. So So what does that mean for you? If you're going to be outdoors this weekend, I just encourage you to pay attention to your body, how you're feeling, drink water, stay hydrated, even if you're not thirsty. Check on those around you, especially your children if they're going to be outdoors. And if you live around any elderly people, make sure to call, check on them as well, as they are the most vulnerable within these conditions. Just be careful out there. It's going to be a hot weekend ahead. Here's a look at your 10-day forecast. Rain chances stick around. Again, that next round coming into play later on Wednesday, early on Thursday. Actual temperature is going to be near 90 through your Friday ahead. I think we'll be dry on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you got any plans, it's just going to be hot out there. Middle 90s. Stick around as we head Monday into Tuesday of your next work week as well.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, if you're like me, it was a Sunday shocker for Grizz Nation. Out of the blue, it seemed like, out of nowhere, the Memphis Grizzlies trade Desmond Bane to the Orlando Magic, and boy, do they get a wealth of first-round picks. They also get 2 veteran players. And right now, people are thinking, this might actually be a good trade for the Memphis Grizzlies organization. Let's bring in someone who is in the know when it comes to that and when it comes to all things Memphis Grizzlies. I'm joined now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by the radio voice of the Memphis Grizzlies, Eric Hasseltine, joining us in the offseason. Eric, thank you very much for joining us. And
of course.
How was it when you found out about this trade, and what were some of your initial reactions? Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it was a little bit of a surprise. You know, we knew there were potential moves in the offseason to be made, just weren't quite sure which direction they were going to go. And obviously that question was answered with a big move on Sunday. We weren't sure if there was going to be multiple small moves, but they were going to rearrange the roster a little bit and try to add some depth at the wing, maybe some depth at the point guard position, some depth in the front court after the injury to Zach Edey. I think people just felt like, you know, there's 2 ways to go about it right now in the NBA. You either have 3 big time stars and then kind of sprinkle around them, or maybe 2 stars and, you know, kind of max money guys and then sprinkle around them. And Desmond Bane was making a great salary. He earned it. He worked his way to that number. When fully healthy, this is a guy scoring 23, 24 points a game. As I told people, when the ball leaves his hands, you think it's going in. But that contract can limit moves you can make. So I think what the Grizzlies did was got a lot of flexibility in this deal. It's sad to see Des go. I couldn't be more impressed with a guy that was picked 30th overall to come in the way he did, learn the way he did as a rookie. They make a move with Grayson Allen to open up minutes for him. He continues to work hard. A couple unfortunate injuries, an oblique strain earlier this year. Previous year, he steps on a basketball as it's rolling by, as he's trying to go for it and rolls his ankle. That's just a freak injury that shouldn't happen, but he missed time. And so now people are wondering, well, is it a durability thing? It's not with that young man, and he's got a very bright future. And Orlando seemed like they wanted to condense their roster. They wanted to go with the route of having 3 guys they can really count on and then building around those 3 when you talk about their roster. So the Grizzlies getting 4 first-round picks, a veteran in Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, which will help the locker room because he's won a championship, and a veteran in Cole Anthony who can add depth at the point guard position. Those 4 first-round picks and the right to swap a pick, which means whoever has the higher pick, the Grizzlies will get that between themselves and the Magic, really gives you a lot of wiggle room if you want to make more deals. The addition of Cole Anthony means you have 2 guys in that backup point spot where Scottie Pippen and Cole Anthony are very similar types of players. They can really score the basketball. They're about 6'1", 6'2". Anthony has been known for his athleticism. He's the son of a former NBA player that actually played with the Grizzlies in Vancouver, and Greg Anthony, and he really was a nice complementary piece to that Magic roster. He's been through playoff series, so you get some veteran experience there. Scottie worked his way into getting more minutes, I think, during the postseason, and we'll see which direction they decide to go. Will they keep both, or will they maybe package another one with another player and make another move? That's certainly in play. So a bit surprising when it happened because we're still a couple of weeks from the draft. And usually you see these moves the week of the draft, but the Grizzlies were very proactive. They got a deal they felt like they couldn't pass up on and made the trade. And I think they got a bounty in return for a very good player. And that's what you want when you make a move like this. Multiple picks and a veteran player that can help you.
Yeah, no question. I mean, that's a great way to describe it, a bounty in return for Desmond Bane. And, of course, we all love Desmond Bane. Such a workhorse and probably going down as one of the best draft picks ever for the organization. I mean, taken 30th and just did so much for the organization. You mentioned the 4 first-round picks, the 2 veteran players, including one that has won a championship with Denver. I believe he won a championship with the Lakers in the bubble in 2020 as well.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, and then another aspect is dumping the nearly $200 million contract. I mean, that is huge. So where do you think? I mean, we got the draft coming up shortly, right? I mean, where are we going with this? Because we have the 16th pick now.
Yeah, you got back into the first round of this year's draft as well. So maybe they saw a college player they also liked, and this was just too good a deal to pass up. You mentioned the remaining years for Desmond Bane's contract, and that is a harder contract to move individually, even if somebody wants a great shooter, a perimeter scorer, and Des can score at all 3 levels. And just to clarify, the Grizzlies actually didn't draft Desmond Bane, but a pick made for them. Boston took Des, and I always love going to Boston and hearing guys, how do we let this guy go with our 30th pick? Well, that deal was in the works before the draft even happened. That pick was made with the trade already ready to be made. So the Celtics actually selected Desmond, but the Grizzlies were after him, and when they saw they could get him at 30 or that he was going to be available, they made that trade with the Celtics. So it's just easier to move guys with contracts that are under that $25 million range. I mean, that just sounds like a ridiculous thing to say because the money is so astronomical. But when you start getting into the 30, 35, $40 million range, and these guys have earned it, they're star type players. They're guys that have the potential to make an all-star game. There was a point where Desmond Bane, without an injury, probably makes an all-star game before these last couple of seasons and could have been an all-star, has that type of potential and that type of talent. So it's not easy to move these guys because their contracts are so high. Now you break it up into 2 guys who have a reputation around the league for what they do. Cole Anthony, super athletic, has participated in a dunk contest at his size, which is remarkable, can score the basketball, comes from a lineage of pro players with his father playing in the league. And now you go to Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. And that's a great point, Andrew. I'd forgotten that he was in that Lakers bubble team championship roster. So he's got not one, but 2-time world champion, went to Denver, made a big difference there with the Nuggets. A lot of people really credit his experience for helping that team take huge strides forward with Jokic and Murray, but having that veteran presence and saying, this is how we need to do things, alongside with letting the leaders lead, but saying, hey, when we're in these championship battles, this is how we need to pull ourselves through. That kind of experience in a locker room is invaluable. So if you want to keep these 2 guys, they really enhance your locker room. But they do have market value. They have a lot of market value. They're going to be sought after if this doesn't go the way you want it to go, or if you feel like they don't really fit the long-term plan, which is possible too. This, as I said, gives you a ton of flexibility to either try it out and see, or even beforehand, be more proactive and maybe get somebody else you have your eyes on if there's another trade to be made. We'll see. The front office gets paid to do their job. People always want to ask me, well, what do you know what they're saying in the front office? And my answer is always the same. Nothing, because they don't pay me to be in the front office. They pay me to see the game, call the game. However, I do kind of have some ideas of how this goes, having seen this play out many times in years past with other teams.
Yeah, it's interesting to see because everyone has the feeling that they're not done yet. Although I saw a report that said, hey, Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr. off limits for the organization. I saw that earlier today. Sure. But Eric, and a lot of people think this is a pipe dream, but hear me out for a second. Giannis Antetokounmpo, okay, the guy has played in a small market in Milwaukee. He's from a small country in Europe and Greece. Why not take those 4 first-round draft picks, trade it to Milwaukee, we get Giannis, and then we're all set. We're ready to go. Let's play ball.
Well, you need to add some salary into that too. So that would be an interesting move if you condensed a couple of contracts, maybe a sign and trade, maybe package one of the guys you just acquired. That's certainly within the realm of possibilities. The question is, what does Giannis want to do? Where does he want to go? The thing that I'd be keeping an eye on is what happens in New York because they have assets they could move, and they are actively looking at both guys. And apparently, according to all the rumor mills, that the names keep popping up. I don't want to start throwing names out there or putting scenarios together because I don't think that's fair to the organizations. And honestly, I don't know how the NBA feels about that. So let's just say a team like New York might get in the mix for a superstar player of that magnitude, maybe a former MVP or another former MVP that's name gets tossed around. You can do the math there, Andrew. And that will have a lot to determine what the availability is. Like I said, these deals tend to happen the week of the draft because of draft picks, because of opportunities to get young players. And if you're going to trade a star of that magnitude, you're not looking to remain in that playoff picture necessarily next year. You are looking to reset the roster, reset your organization, maybe take a year or two of lumps and build forward with a group that you can build continuity with and thus for build success. So I think keeping an eye on what happens in the Knicks coaching situation, keeping an eye on what happens with that other superstar who has also won an MVP, whose name gets tossed around in trade concerns. It's really a situation where a lot's going to determine that. And I don't think we'll hear a lot more. I don't think that the Grizzlies won't be proactive in seeking out what, the Bucks might want in a trade for a star of that magnitude. Right now, though, he's a Milwaukee Buck, and a lot of people seem to think that might be a different story by the time we tip off the season. And I don't ever have a problem with the team going for it, but you got to make sure the fit is right, the player is happy, because the one thing teams will tend to do is get in the mix for a trade, bring a guy in, he doesn't want to be there. And if he doesn't want to be there, it can really be a disaster. And I've seen it before. In fact, it happened to this organization years ago. They traded for a player named Otis Thorpe. He flat out said he did not want to be there. He did not want to go to Vancouver at the time. They made the trade anyway. And by 2 to 3 weeks later, they realized they had made a mistake and they shipped him off to Sacramento. The problem was in trading for Otis Thorpe at the time with Detroit, they gave them a future first-round pick, which ended up being the number 2 pick behind LeBron James. Now, the Pistons blew that pick and took Darko Milicic, where they could have taken Carmelo Anthony. But the Grizzlies would have had that first-round pick. And Detroit kept hearing about this kid. And every time the Grizzlies tried to get it back, and they said, no, well, we're going to hang on to this one just to see. So you got to be careful about bringing in guys that don't want to be in that organization. And it's not necessarily anything personal. It may be personal to them. They want to be in a different city. They want to be closer to family. They don't jive with the guys on this roster. I don't ever hold that against a player. I think if a player can pick a place where he's comfortable, I'm okay with that.
Final question, Eric, then we'll let you go. What are you going to be watching over the next 2 weeks? You mentioned you're going to be watching the New York coaching situation. Anything else that we should be watching ourselves?
Well, I mean, obviously we're going to watch the finals and see what happens there. It's, game 5 tonight, I should say. I'm sorry. And what happens in that game can really start to shape things, believe it or not, because look, here we were talking about the Pacers up 2-1. If they win game 4, they're up 3-1 and, really put the Thunder's backs against the wall. The Thunder have built their roster in a certain way. They are 2 steps away from a title. The Pacers play a certain way with a certain type of player. They're 2 steps away from a title. This is a copycat league. Whoever wins this NBA championship, even with the other team not winning, teams are going to start to look to rebuild their roster with, a lot of the similar characteristics of these 2 teams because you mimic success. So I'm going to watch that. I'm going to watch the Knicks coaching situation, watch the other situations with big name players and where they may be rumored to be going. Some of those players have said, hey, these are my ideal destinations. Does a team that's already in the playoff picture from this year make a big move and try to enhance by sending multiple players for a big time star? Does that set the market and force other teams to follow suit? Or does everybody kind of stay pat and see where we get to with the draft. I think people jokingly saying that Dallas might trade the number 1 pick are just doing that to take a shot at the Mavericks after the Luka Doncic trade. If they were to move that number 1 pick, Andrew, it would be a whirlwind of deals and everybody would, lose their minds. I don't see that happening. So aside from all that, I'm going to watch my son play baseball. I'm going to sit back and enjoy the ride and get ready for Summer League and look forward to seeing, if they do keep the 16th pick, a couple of new faces with the draft picks that they have, a couple of guys that were on the roster last year getting some work, seeing the development of Coach Iasalo out there coaching the team and getting his system into play and seeing what it really looks like with some time to prepare for it. And then just get ready for training camp to start in October, my friend. Lots to go before there, though. Lots of football coming, Memphis Tigers, all the SEC, the NFL. It's a great time of year, and it's been fun.
Yeah, no question about it. Eric Hasseltine joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk to weigh in and break down this Grizzlies Magic trade. We appreciate your time. Go have fun this summer with your son. Appreciate it, Eric.
Always appreciate it, Andrew. You have fun with your family as well.
Back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There is an event that's returning to Memphis and the Mid-South, and this is an event that people love. In fact, they crave, because as we all know, we have some of the best beer around, okay, because we have some of the best water around. But this is a festival of beers that not only encompass some of the local beers, but beers all across the region, all across the nation, even internationally. I'm joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Matt Leff. He is the organizer for Memphis Brewfest that's coming to Shelby Farms Park this year, June 21st. It's right around the corner. And Matt, glad to have you on the digital desk. Let's talk about why the move to Shelby Farms Park, other than, of course, it being a great venue. Good morning.
Sure. Good morning, and nice to see everybody. So yeah, we are super excited to be coming to Memphis and reviving Memphis Brewfest at its new home, Shelby Farms Park. And we chose a location for its ease. It's a beautiful site. There's free parking. We have a beautiful stage right there on the festival field where we'll have live music throughout the day by Free World. So it's just a great location, and we're super pumped to be handling it and hosting it there.
Yeah, absolutely. So, so tell us a little bit about it, because I know that, this is an event that typically sells out. Tell us about the beers, first of all, because this is, after all, a festival of beer.
Yeah, so we have personally invited, I should say, 40, not 35, which it says behind me, but we have 40 of the best breweries locally and regionally across the Southeast. So all your Memphis favorites will be there, most of them showing up with special offerings and things that you may only find if you visit their tap room versus, say, shopping at your local liquor store or even grocery store. So all your locals are there. We have many breweries coming from across the state of Tennessee and then just the surrounding areas. So last count, I believe we have 137 unique beers that our guests will be able to sample throughout the day out at Shelby Farms Park.
Fantastic. And so this is from noon until 5 o'clock on Saturday, June 21st. And there's a limited number of tickets, and you guys have it that way so it doesn't get too crowded and the crowd's too big, right?
Of course. Yeah. Guest experience is our number one priority. We don't want you waiting in line to try a beer. We don't want you waiting in line to go to the bathroom. We don't want you waiting in line to get food. We want to make sure that your ticket feels valuable and that you have a wonderful experience. So those tickets are $65 and it includes everything but food. Food is the only add-on. If you're hungry, you support local great food trucks and local vendors from the Memphis area while doing so. So yeah, it's going to be a great day, and we are fingers crossed for awesome weather. Hopefully your weather team can dial that in for us.
Yeah, no question about it. I was going to say, so food trucks are going to be there. And what I understand, Matt, is that, you know, you're nothing new to dealing with these beer festivals across Tennessee. Tell me a little bit about your background.
Yeah, sure. So my business is Rhizome Productions. We're a full-service festival and events production company based in Nashville, but we've produced festivals all over the state, including Memphis in the past, as well as Knoxville, Chattanooga, and then the Middle Tennessee area. And we actually started in 2011 explicitly as a beer festival company. We've evolved and grown to do all kinds of things across the event space, including music festivals, food events, fundraisers for nonprofits and corporate groups. So we run the spectrum of events. We just wrapped up supporting country music festivals here in Nashville the past 12 days. So we're just a diverse group of folks, but we love beer at our core. And we're really excited that we're able to influence Memphis Brewfest into the future and hopefully put it back on everybody's calendar every year moving forward this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I've certainly attended in years past, but it's been a while. It's been a minute. But certainly Shelby Farms Park, that venue in that environment is I would think would be quite the celebration for sure. Let's talk about ways that people can learn more, I guess a website and where people can buy tickets, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So easiest thing to do, go to memphisbrewfest.com. You will find everything you need to know there, all the breweries, all the vendors, all the food trucks, of course, how to buy your tickets, most importantly. And also just want to share that if you use the code DRINKGOODBEER, you can save a few dollars on those general admission tickets. So when you go over to Memphis Brewfest, just click that tickets button and use the code DRINKGOODBEER to save a couple dollars on those general admission tickets. That code is unlimited usage. So if you want to roll out there with a group of 10 people, feel free to use that code for all 10 tickets. But yeah, you'll be able to learn everything you need at our website, directions to Shelby Farms Park if you've never been before, or maybe you're just a little unfamiliar with the area. But everything you need to know is right there. And of course, I should mention that you do need to be 21 and up to come. Can't bring the kids. This is an adults afternoon only.
21 and over. Yes, absolutely. Okay, Matt Leff, we appreciate your time here on the digital desk. Good luck on the 21st. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun. Thanks for taking the time.
Thanks so much. Cheers, everybody.
All right. Cheers to you as well. We appreciate
Well, happy Tuesday out there. We're starting off with some showers and storms this morning, but those are going to be tapering off as we head into your afternoon and evening hours. Our next best chance of rain comes in as we head late Wednesday into your early Thursday. Then we finally start to dry out into your weekend ahead. So let's take it hour by hour. As I said, isolated in nature showers and storms still going to continue over your next hour or two, 8, 9 o'clock. As we head into the afternoon, a majority of that activity does shift off to your east. Let's shift into Wednesday because that's the day we're going to be watching for more widespread rain and maybe a few stronger storms in the mix as well. Starting off in the morning, dry. I think the majority of Wednesday is actually going to be dry. Noon looking dry as well. It's the evening hours that we're going to start to see these storms come and drop into the mid-south. I'm thinking anywhere between 6, 7, 8 o'clock for portions of eastern Arkansas. This line going to be crossing over the Mississippi River into portions of Shelby County as we head 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, so later in the evening. We're going to be watching this line as it makes its way through. Could be containing some small hail and gusty winds as it shifts into the mid-south. This is going to be overnight, tapering off as we head into your early Thursday. Maybe a few isolated showers and storms in the mix for your Thursday morning commute, but a majority of that activity is going to be over with. There is a slight risk of severe weather for some of us in the mid-south as that makes its way in. This is going to be north of Shelby County, that slight risk impacting portions of northeastern Arkansas, northwestern Tennessee. Here in Shelby County, we are in a level 1 out of the 5 threat levels. And again, main impacts we're watching for gusty winds, small hail, and some heavy rainfall as well. After we get out of that activity, out of the rainfall, after it shifts east of us, we're going to be dealing with heat into your later portion of your work week and into the weekend. I'm talking Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Feels like temperatures in the triple digits. Take a look at this over the next 5 days. Feels like conditions going to be warm over your week ahead, but into Friday and Saturday, Sunday really starts to ramp up. I'm talking triple digit feels like temperatures for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, also into your next work week as well. I would not be surprised if we see our first heat alerts of the season issued for Saturday and Sunday across the mid-south. So what does that mean for you? If you're going to be outdoors this weekend, I just encourage you to pay attention to your body, how you're feeling, drink water, stay hydrated, even if you're not thirsty. Check on those around you, especially your children if they're going to be outdoors. And if you live around any elderly people, make sure to call, check on them as well, as they are the most vulnerable within these conditions. Just be careful out there. It's going to be a hot weekend ahead. Here's a look at your 10-day forecast. Rain chances stick around. Again, that next round coming into play later on Wednesday, early on Thursday. Actual temperature is going to be near 90 through your Friday ahead. I think we'll be dry on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you got any plans, it's just going to be hot out there. Middle 90s. Stick around as we head Monday into Tuesday of your next work week as well.
Okay, back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Got some breaking news I want to share with you. This is a live look from the TDOT SmartWay camera at I-40 and White Station. You can see there is a tractor trailer that is jackknifed in that area. Slow going traffic moving very, very slowly at a snail's pace. One lane currently in that direction. You can see it again, I-40 at White Station there. So if that is part of your morning commute, or perhaps a friend or a family member, you might want to let them know. Slow going at 821 I-40 at White Station Road. A jackknife semi-tractor trailer snarling traffic on your Tuesday morning commute. We'll be talking more about this, let you know when everything is cleared on Action News 5's digital desk. Going to take a short break. Back in 60 seconds on Action News 5's digital desk. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Cancer rates in young women are rising at an alarming rate. Get this stat here. According to a recent report, and this is from the American Cancer Society, women under the age of 50, okay, they have an 82% higher cancer incidence rate than men. Crazy, crazy stat there. And black women have a 38% higher risk of dying from breast cancer than their counterpart. Let's bring in a couple of women here to talk about these issues right now. I'm joined by Dr. Amanda R. Hathaway and Lachey, a cancer survivor. Good morning, ladies, to you both. I appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Dr. Hathaway, I want to begin with you. Can you expand on this study from the American Cancer Society that shows cancer rates in young women under 50 are skyrocketing? What is happening here? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. Yeah, it is alarming, and it's something that we see in trends just in the office, that ages are getting younger and younger. We do know, and what I tell my patients all the time, is that there's not one thing that makes someone develop cancer. It's kind of a potion or a soup where there's a lot of different ingredients. We know genetics play a role into it, and so when people have a strong family history, they are at higher risk. We know that lifestyle plays a role into it, and those that are more sedentary do have a higher chance of breast cancer. We know that hormones play a big role in breast cancer development, but also just our surroundings and exposures. But yes, it is very alarming that it's happening younger and younger.
I totally agree. Lachey, over to you. Tell us briefly about your experience and what exactly happened.
Yeah, so I felt a lump in my breast, and because I was an athlete my whole life and I've been strength training, I thought that it was initially some sort of muscle. But yeah, I went to my doctor immediately when I noticed that it persisted and it grew, and I got an ultrasound, a mammogram, and yes, it was breast cancer. It was stage 2B, hormone positive, HER2 negative breast cancer with a high risk of recurrence. And I was just so shocked because I was only 26 years old, and usually breast cancer is diagnosed in much older people. And so I was like, wow. And I immediately went into fight mode and I started advocating. And that's why I'm so happy that I'm partnering with Eli Lilly, because I'm able to spread this message even more and motivate more young people to just understand what's going on with their bodies and get to know their bodies so they can advocate for themselves and catch anything that may be happening early.
Well, I love that smile. Every picture we're showing of you, Lachey, you're just smiling away. I mean, to be diagnosed with cancer at 26, what an unbelievable, life-changing diagnosis. Dr. Hathaway, back over to you. So, you know, we've talked about these issues. Is there any way to be proactive where people can, you know, change, I don't know, diet habits to stave off something like this? Or is it important to just have annual exams with your pediatrician or with your doctor, your main doctor every year? I mean, is it a combination? What do you have to say to our audience?
It's definitely a combination of those things. And so there have been studies that show in women who are at high risk of breast cancer, an hour a day, 5 days a week of aerobic exercise cuts the risk of breast cancer development by 57%. We know people who drink excessively with alcohol are at higher risk. We know that those who live a sedentary lifestyle, so even if you're exercising but then spend the rest of your time in front of the television, there's a higher risk of that. And then we know that a lot of the foods that we eat, processed foods, refined sugars, do increase the risk of breast cancer development. But even without any of those risk factors, what I tell my patients is it's very important to know your body. So if you do recognize something abnormal, you can bring it to your doctor's attention, because the earlier we catch it, the better our outcomes are.
Good advice there. Lachey, any advice from your perspective?
Yes, I would just say, just to piggyback off what Dr. Hathaway said, you have to know your body and advocate for your own healthcare, because I found my breast cancer by doing self-breast exams. It was because I knew something was off and I acted very quickly that I was able to catch this early and have such a great outcome. Right now, I'm cancer-free, and it's just a great feeling. And so I'm very happy to be here, and I just want everyone to advocate for their health. And if you have any questions, you can head over to lilly.com. That's LILLY.com.
Okay, well, listen, ladies, we appreciate your conversation on a very important topic. Thanks for your time. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Again, a live picture from our TDOT SmartWay camera of I-40 at White Station, where you can see a tractor trailer there, snarling traffic on your morning commute on this Tuesday morning. Authorities, and it looks like first responders and that tow truck specifically, was able to get that tractor trailer kind of pointed in the right direction and eventually get it towed and out of the area so they can open up all lanes of traffic right now. But that one lane is moving there. Therefore, there is a serious backup. If you know anyone that's in that area of I-40 White Station, you can see it there. Certainly, traffic is backed up for quite a bit there as that tow truck and other crews look to get that tractor trailer out of the area and get traffic running smoothly. Of course, we'll be talking about this throughout the morning until they do on the Action News 5 digital desk. But right now, I want to go to our friend Talisa Franklin joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk, giving us the scoop, the know, and all the positivity that's happening over the course of this week and this weekend. How are you, my friend? Good morning to you.
Great morning. I am amazing, actually. I am in a really great space, and I'm just excited to be in our great city. I always try to do something positive for our community.
I know you are. I know you got a lot of events on the way. So what's happening?
Well, I'm going to tell y'all know Juneteenth is this Thursday, and I'm super excited to be celebrating and, this whole month. And I'm so grateful again to our amazing Mayor Paul Young, and of course, Mayor Lee Harris, for making sure that we have something to do every single week in June. And so there's no such thing as there's nothing to do in Memphis in June. No. It's Juneteenth. And on this Thursday night, we will be doing what I call a finale on Juneteenth at the New Sardis Church. They actually have, last year we was there, it was a great time. It's a fellowship meal, conversation, fellowship. Dr. Harrington, he just does it really, really big. He leads his effort. And so I'm inviting people out. If they're looking for a celebration on actually Juneteenth Day, join us Thursday, June 19th at 7 p.m. at the Village. It is about a block from New Sardis Church, 7818 Holmes Road. It's a fellowship meal. It's always a great time. And so listen, get there. Let's celebrate Juneteenth and let's close it out with a bang, because we still know there's still more to do all month. But especially on June 19th, we want to celebrate. So our roads lead to New Sardis Church, the Village, their outreach building at 7818 Holmes Road. It's going to be a great time celebrating Juneteenth, y'all. And listen, if you're looking for somewhere to celebrate Juneteenth, Andrew, I always tell people just go to our Talisa Franklin, my page, or the MemphisJuneteenth.com and find out where you can celebrate Juneteenth really in a community near you. So I'm really excited about everybody that's working together for us to move the needle of making sure everybody feel valued and heard and seen, and their events are successful because we're all working together and not as silos. So kudos, and cannot wait to celebrate Juneteenth on Juneteenth at New Sardis Church. So y'all make sure y'all be there. Then following that, this Saturday, I am grateful to partner with Baptist Hospital. They are actually doing the work. And this weekend, y'all, is calling all men. Listen, all the men should be at the Heart and Soul. It's a men's wellness collective. When I tell you this event has been put together, we put a lot of planning in this event to make sure we bring something very nice for the men, all men of the Bluff City of Memphis, Tennessee. And we're grateful for our speakers and our guests, Mr. and Mrs. Michael John White. We already know they're going to do amazing. Elise Heat, Neil, Da Vinci, and so many others. There will be health and wellness events. There will be amazing speakers. There will be information. There will be fellowship. There will be food. There will be everything from the heart and soul of a man. And so we wanted to make sure all the men feel valued and heard. Want to send some special love out to Dr. Pastor Keith Norman, that has actually been amazing leading the work. Cynthia, and Anne Marie that works behind the scenes. So I'm just grateful for the whole team that works together. So we have put on an amazing event on this Saturday. I'm inviting everybody out to Heart and Soul. It's a men's wellness collective. And guess what, men? It's absolutely free. It's no cost to you. All you have to do is just come out and get this great information. And so it's happening on this Saturday at the Agra Center, International Expo Center, 7777 Walnut Grove. Memphis, Tennessee. I would ask that you pre-register because we will have lunch. And so we want to make sure everybody is taken care of. This Saturday, all roads lead to the Heart and Soul, a men's wellness collective event sponsored by, hosted by Baptist Hospital and a list of others. I'm grateful to be able to partner with them to make sure that we bring something very great for our community. So y'all make sure you get some information on that. And then y'all, want you to save the date. And y'all know in the gospel community, we all love Dr. Pastor Frank E. Ray. God is Good Ministries. Can you say God is good? Listen, each and every year, Pastor Ray puts on a stellar conference. When I say stellar, I mean stellar conference with the best speakers this side of heaven. He's always diverse, multi-generational, and I'm super excited about this event. You all see it. I need y'all to register at godisgoodministries.net. We all love Dr. Frankie Ray of the New Salem Church. This conference will be held at his location June 30th through July 3rd. I'm telling you, I've been there, and it's always a great stellar event. Y'all see the speakers. I don't have to say anything else. We have a fabulous lineup, and I wanted to see your face in the place. godisgoodministries.net. And listen, let's support our own Pastor Dr. Frank E. Ray Sr. that is always doing great things, not just in where his church is, but the entire world. So we celebrate you, Dr. Ray, and I cannot wait to be at the event to celebrate you for another successful Frank Ray Conference 2025. And so, Andrew, there's always something great happening in Memphis, and I tell people, don't shy away. There's something to do in Memphis, Tennessee for everybody. So I'm excited about that.
Oh, yeah, we should all be excited about that. Talisa Franklin on the digital desk, TalisaFranklin.com. Thank you for all that you do and keeping us uplifted throughout the week and certainly on Tuesdays here on the digital desk. Appreciate it.
Thank you, brother. Love y'all.
Okay, love you too. Thank you. Another live look from that intersection of I-40 at White Station. As you can see there, you see police and you see that tractor trailer still on the side with one lane open as crews try and get that tractor trailer out of the area and get traffic running normal and smoothly. Once again, we'll update you throughout the morning here on Action News 5's Digital Desk. We're back in 1 minute.
Well, happy Tuesday out there. We're starting off with some showers and storms this morning, but those are going to be tapering off as we head into your afternoon and evening hours. Our next best chance of rain comes in as we head late Wednesday into your early Thursday. Then we finally start to dry out into your weekend ahead. So let's take it hour by hour. As I said, isolated in nature showers and storms still going to continue over your next hour or two, 8, 9 o'clock. As we head into the afternoon, a majority of that activity does shift off to your east. Let's shift into Wednesday because that's the day we're going to be watching for more widespread rain and maybe a few stronger storms in the mix as well. Starting off in the morning, dry. I think the majority of Wednesday is actually going to be dry. Noon looking dry as well. It's the evening hours that we're going to start to see these storms come and drop into the mid-south. I'm thinking anywhere between 6, 7, 8 o'clock for portions of eastern Arkansas. This line going to be crossing over the Mississippi River into portions of Shelby County as we head 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. So later in the evening. We're going to be watching this line as it makes its way through. Could be containing some small hail and gusty winds as it shifts into the mid-south. This is going to be overnight, tapering off as we head into your early Thursday. Maybe a few isolated showers and storms in the mix for your Thursday morning commute, but a majority of that activity is going to be over with. There is a slight risk of severe weather for some of us in the mid-south as that makes its way in. This is going to be north of Shelby County, that slight risk impacting portions of northeastern Arkansas, northwestern Tennessee. Here in Shelby County, we are in a level 1 out of the 5 threat levels. And again, main impacts we're watching for: gusty winds, small hail, and some heavy rainfall as well. After we get out of that activity, out of the rainfall, after it shifts east of us, we're going to be dealing with heat into your later portion of your work week and into the weekend. I'm talking Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Feels like temperatures in the triple digits. Take a look at this over the next 5 days. Feels like conditions going to be warm over your week ahead, but into Friday and Saturday, Sunday really starts to ramp up. I'm talking triple digit feels like temperatures for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, also into your next work week as well. I would not be surprised if we see our first heat alerts of the season issued for Saturday and Sunday across the Mid-South. So what does that mean for you? If you're going to be outdoors this weekend, I just encourage you to pay attention to your body, how you're feeling, drink water, stay hydrated, even if you're not thirsty. Check on those around you, especially your children if they're going to be outdoors. And if you live around any elderly people, make sure to call, check on them as well, as they are the most vulnerable within these conditions. Just be careful out there. It's going to be a hot weekend ahead. Here's a look at your 10-day forecast. Rain chances stick around. Again, that next round coming into play later on Wednesday, early on Thursday. Actual temperature is going to be near 90 through your Friday ahead. I think we'll be dry on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you got any plans, it's just going to be hot out there. Middle 90s. Stick around as we head Monday into Tuesday of your next work week as well.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have you ever heard of Barth syndrome? B-A-R-T-H. It is a rare inherited metabolic disorder. It primarily affects boys and men. Only a few hundred people in the world have this syndrome, but certainly people do here in Memphis and the Mid-South. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Shelley Bowen. She is part of the Barth Syndrome Foundation, and she is here to talk a little bit more about this syndrome, this disorder that affects just a few hundred people worldwide, but I know for a fact that there are some people here in the Mid-South that have it. So, Shelley, thanks so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. Tell me more about this disorder, this syndrome, and its origins. Good morning.
Good morning. Barth syndrome is an ultra-rare condition. It affects fewer than 150 individuals in the United States. It predominantly affects males.
I was preparing myself.
It's 1 in 1 million.
My family
is 1 in 1 million males, so it's very rare. We know of fewer than 500 worldwide. It's often fatal early in life, but it is a progressive and debilitating condition. And it causes heart failure, cardiomyopathy. Many of the individuals who have Barth syndrome require a heart transplant, which is yet another condition in addition to Barth syndrome. But debilitating fatigue is something that we see. So it is progressive. People don't just outgrow it. They get worse over time.
Yeah,
and my true daughter,
I'm trying to
ages 5 and 1,
mess a little
to
bit
lose
with
Jalen before he even had a real chance at life.
But you sent me
Jalen was
this,
transported to Children's Nebraska.
This was
they told me things were not looking good for my.
Some of the different things of people mentioning that they have Barth syndrome. What is the biggest? What is the biggest obstacle that people have to overcome when it comes to that syndrome?
Well, again, the debilitating fatigue is an issue that we see. Heart failure, infections that can be fatal. I think what we are seeing, our challenge right now is that there is no targeted therapy for Barth syndrome, which is why I really appreciate you bringing me on to the show, because the challenge is that there is a drug that is before the FDA right now for review, and after a very long and protracted journey with the FDA to try to get this across the threshold, the sponsor, Stealth Biotherapeutics, received a denial or a complete response letter, which basically outlined that the application that had been received by the FDA was not being approved. And in this video that I shared with you are families who are asking during an advisory committee, asking for the FDA to please consider approving the drug. The advisory committee made a recommendation in a 10-6 vote that the drug be approved. And 97% of the time, the FDA, especially when there's not a therapy for a condition approved, do go along with what the advisory committee recommends. We were actually shocked when we found out that the company received a complete response letter, which happened to be on the same day that we received a letter, or Barth Syndrome Foundation received a letter or response letter from a petition that we had filed 17 months earlier. And we had requested that a new drug application be filed by the FDA, because previously it had not been. The company received a refusal to file letter. And then we asked for a fair and equitable review of Elameprotide using the advisory committee process. So 2 of those things had passed. So we were hopeful that we were going to get a favorable review, and then found out on the very same day that we received that letter where our petition had been granted, that the company received a denial from the FDA. So right now we are in full throttle push trying to get the leadership to hear us, because we don't believe that this is in keeping with Commissioner McCary and Secretary Kennedy's efforts to fast track rare and ultra rare drug approval or processes. And I say approval, but the review processes. So we need more drugs for rare conditions. We don't need fewer.
Wow. Yeah, there's a lot there, Shelley, that you mentioned. Let me bring it back down to just a local level for a moment. And if you could just talk a little bit about maybe what kind of test is out there for someone to test if they have this, and then what is the treatment afterwards if someone perhaps does have this?
Well, typically what will happen is that the child will, if it shows up early in life, the child will be in heart failure, and a genetic test hopefully would be run, so the doctor would be able to determine the cause of the heart failure or cardiomyopathy in the child. We also see the child may come down with a septic infection or have neutropenia as a symptom of it. Neutropenia is a leading cause of death, or sepsis is a leading cause of death, because neutropenia is a condition where they have sometimes 0 neutrophils, which the body depends on to fight infection. So even a paper cut can become lethal. So those 2 things are pretty much what you'll see earlier in life. But they can the doctor can order a genetic test and determine if it's Barth syndrome. Unfortunately, right now, the only therapies that are available are therapies that you would commonly use for heart failure or to treat cardiomyopathy or neutropenia, but not a targeted therapy for Barth syndrome, which is why this drug is so important.
Okay, and so if you can, for our viewers who are just perhaps many of them learning about Barth syndrome, what would you tell them in terms of, if there's, help, if there's ways to test for it. You just mentioned it's kind of a rare kind of treatment as well, and what they can do to just really support this idea of getting a drug out to people who affected the most.
Well, I would say if the child has, if somebody or the parents should ask for genetic testing if the child has cardiomyopathy to find out the cause. I think that, people don't often think that having a diagnosis can make a difference, but it can make a difference because it's kind of like a firefighter, right? If a firefighter doesn't know what a fire is not a fire. They're not going to throw water on an oil fire or a fire that's being caused by a chemical. They need to know what they're up against in order to extinguish the fire. Well, it's the same thing with any kind of condition, and particularly with Barth. It's a very complicated condition, and people are very lonely when you have fewer than 150 people in the United States and 500 worldwide. You need a village, and you need support. So we have a very strong group of families. We conduct research with the Barth Syndrome Foundation. We have conferences that we bring families together with educational programs because it's nice to just fit in. And this is what we have been told over and over again with our families. And so I would ask the doctor for genetic testing and certainly reach out to the Barth Syndrome Foundation if the child is diagnosed with a disorder. And I'll pick up the phone, I promise, and I will be there for the families through thick and thin, whatever they need.
Shelley Bowen with the Barth Syndrome Foundation joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. That website, barthsyndromefoundation.org. Is that right?
That's it. It's a long one.
Yeah, it is. Well, listen, thank you for coming on the digital desk and really kind of explaining what this syndrome is, what this disorder is, how rare it is, and how there is help for people who may have it and are living with this difficult syndrome. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Guns are the leading cause of death among youth ages 1 to 17. An average of 7 young people a day are dealing with gunshot wounds, and many of them turn deadly. In fact, gun rate deaths for this group have doubled from 2013 to 2022. Every 11 minutes, someone in this country is killed by a gun. I want to have a deep dive on this discussion with someone who's joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm joined right now by Catherine Hoops. She is someone who is a pediatric critical care physician, and she is someone with Johns Hopkins. And there is at Johns Hopkins a director of Gun Violence Solutions Center there. Catherine, good morning to you. I want to talk a little bit about the ways and the solutions to best prevent gun violence all across the country. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. And, like you said, gun injuries, gun violence is the leading cause of death in children in the U.S. right now. But many of these injuries are preventable. And so I think the most important thing that we want people to know is that a simple act to safely and securely store all firearms can help to save lives, especially kids' lives.
So let me talk a little bit about that right now. Is that the most important thing, safe storage of the firearm? I mean, how much, and I don't have the analytics, perhaps you do, but how much could that reduce gun violence when it comes to children?
Yeah, absolutely. So we know through decades of research that safe storage prevents firearm injuries and firearm deaths by not just unintentional shootings, but homicides, suicides, especially among youth. In fact, a study earlier this year showed a substantial reduction by 6 to 32% in youth firearm suicides from safe storage laws that compel safe storage behaviors in states that have them. So we know that this is a really effective intervention to interrupt a pathway from access or exposure to use and to injury. It basically puts a barrier in place so that when a curious toddler finds a firearm in a nightstand, if that gun is loaded, there is a trigger that they can pull and cause harm. But if that gun is in a safe, there are buttons that they can push, and that child won't be harmed by that firearm if it is safely and securely stored.
So I know that about half of all states have some sort of safe storage regulation. Where do we stand here in the Mid-South? We have Tennessee, Mississippi, and Arkansas here. Is this something that you guys are pushing for in states that don't have the regulations?
Yeah, so over half of states do have child access prevention or safe storage laws that promote safe storage behaviors. But even in states that don't have safe storage laws, people can still practice safe storage. By normalizing conversations about secure storage, we can help to promote these behaviors in all states. States that do have them, we can encourage more people to adopt these behaviors. And in states that don't, people can still do it, to take it upon themselves to safely store their firearms.
That's a great point. It doesn't matter what the laws say as long as you practice safety, and one of the elements of safety is having that safe storage at home. Then your family should be better protected that way. Anything else that you feel is important about this issue? I know that you're part of this research there from the Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions, right?
Yeah. So I'm also a pediatric critical care physician. And so in addition to the research that our team does, I work with patients and families every day to educate them on secure firearm storage, on injury prevention. And so we know that lives can be saved when firearms are stored unloaded, locked, separate from ammunition in a way that's inaccessible to kids, right? So kids don't have the code to the safe. They don't have access to that key. And if someone becomes at risk, you might consider changing the code or keeping the key with you, or maybe even getting the guns out of the home for a period of time. But we know that safe storage, when properly implemented, will save lives.
Is that, Catherine, the biggest issue facing a lot of gun owners in terms of what you see from your perspective when it comes to gun violence with youth and teens, gun storage? What are some other mistakes that gun owners make when it comes to this issue?
I think that, really safe storage is a simple step that everyone can take. I think also it's helpful to have these conversations with families, with gun owning families, with non-gun owning families, to understand potential sources of risk. Again, families might think that they are protecting their family and keeping their firearm in a place that's inaccessible, like in the back of a nightstand drawer, on a high shelf in a closet. But by having these conversations about the importance of safe storage, maybe even as a non-gun owning parent, having a conversation with another family member before, or a friend before your kid goes over for a play date, we can help to understand the risk that exists in our communities and is posed by unsecured firearms. We think this is one of the most important ways that we can intervene to prevent all firearm injuries, both adult and pediatric, but especially in kids.
Is there a place online, Catherine, where people can go and just learn more about what we talked about, perhaps through the Johns Hopkins Center?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have a wonderful toolkit that has some of those conversation starters, research, and other information on our website that you can find at t.jh.edu/safe storage, or you can just search for Safe Storage Saves Lives.
All right, Dr. Catherine Hoops, pediatric critical care physician, Johns Hopkins Center for Gun Violence Solutions. Appreciate your time on the digital desk. Very valuable information there. Simple, easy ways just to cut down on some of the gun violence there affecting so many of our youth. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marquita, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, it's Andrew Douglas. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. We're 45 seconds away. Can you do me a favor and tilt your camera down a little bit? Better. Thank you.
Is that better? Okay.
Yeah, because we have a lower third that shows your name and your title, and we don't want it to cover your mouth.
Okay. All right. Is that okay now?
Yeah, it looks great. Okay. We'll talk to you in a second, okay?
Okay, thanks.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We know this summer is going to be hot. It's going to be steamy. It's going to be warm in the Mid-South. No question about it. That's one of the guarantees we can certainly put our money on. And it's so important to know what to do in order to protect you and your family from those rays of the sun. Joining me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I am joined by Marquita Lester. She is a nurse practitioner with Regional One Hospital to talk more about the do's and don'ts of sunscreen because as we all know, Marquita, sometimes people can get a little carried away with it. Maybe they don't put it on enough. Maybe they put on too much. Maybe it's the wrong SPF. What are some good practices that people can just start out with when it comes to wearing sunscreen this summer? Good morning.
Morning. You want to choose a sunscreen that has a broad spectrum that will protect you against UV and UVB rays. You want to make sure that you're getting a sunscreen SPF, which is your sun protection factor, that needs to be at least 30% or higher. The level of protection blocks a significant amount of harmful UV radiation. So you want to make sure that you look for that. And also, if you're going to be sweating or swimming, it will be wise to get one that's water resistant as well.
Yeah, no question. So, a lot of people think about, oh, it's a cloudy day. I don't need to wear sunscreen. And that's a big no-no because we know the sun's rays can go right through those clouds, right?
Absolutely. UVA rays pass through the clouds and they still can reach your skin and cause damage.
How often should we apply sunscreen when it comes to going in and out of the water, whether it's a pool, whether we're at the beach, that sort of thing?
Well, you want to start out with your sunscreen about 15 to 20 minutes before sun exposure. And then you want to reapply it every 2 hours or more often if you're swimming or sweating.
Okay, so we have SPF 30 or above. We apply it 15 minutes before we go out to the sun, and then about every 90 minutes or so we reapply. It's so important that we get vitamin D too. Give me the fine line between the two because a lot of people want the vitamin D. It's good for our health, but at the same time we don't want to get burned.
It is a fine line between vitamin D and sunburn. Your skin, the sunscreen only blocks about 97% of the UVA and UVB rays. You still will get some vitamin D, and if it still is not enough, you can take a vitamin D supplement. as well.
What's the main point you want people to remember when they go out this summer? The do's and don'ts, about sunscreen. I mean, I know that a lot of people make mistakes, but what's the main point you want people to know?
Well, you don't want to put sunscreen on, if you're using the spray sunscreens, do not put that on children's face, a child's face. You want to use the cream or sunscreen stick on their face. But the key takeaway is simple. Sunscreen isn't just for sunny days or days at the beach. It's your daily defense against skin cancer and premature aging. And you should make that a part of your routine every single day to prevent, complications later on down the road.
Where do people make the most mistakes, Marquita?
With sunscreen?
Yes.
Not applying it at all. Or not reapplying every 2 hours. Or not applying enough.
Right.
Or not applying enough. You want to apply at least an ounce of sunscreen with each application.
Okay, Marquita Lesta joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk, talking about the do's and don'ts of sunscreen. Very important. Some friendly reminders out there as we hit the water, whether it's a lake, a pool, beach, that sort of thing this summer. Marquita, thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Another live look from our High Five cameras. You can take a look outside. Certainly cloudy out there. And we've been dealing with some showers kind of in parts of Memphis and the Mid-South. We'll be talking about your forecast in 1 minute.
Well, happy Tuesday out there. We're starting off with some showers and storms this morning, but those are going to be tapering off as we head into your afternoon and evening hours. Our next best chance of rain comes in as we head late Wednesday into your early Thursday. Then we finally start to dry out into your weekend ahead. So let's take it hour by hour. As I said, isolated in nature showers and storms still going to continue over your next hour or two, 8, 9 o'clock. As we head into the afternoon, a majority of that activity does shift off to your east. Let's shift into Wednesday because that's the day we're going to be watching for more widespread rain and maybe a few stronger storms in the mix as well. Starting off in the morning, dry. I think the majority of Wednesday is actually going to be dry. Noon looking dry as well. It's the evening hours that we're going to start to see these storms come and drop into the Mid-South. I'm thinking anywhere between 6, 7, 8 o'clock for portions of eastern Arkansas. This line going to be crossing over the Mississippi River into portions of Shelby County as we head 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. So later in the evening. We're going to be watching this line as it makes its way through. Could be containing some small hail and gusty winds as it shifts into the Mid-South. This is going to be overnight, tapering off as we head into your early Thursday. Maybe a few isolated showers and storms in the mix for your Thursday morning commute, but a majority of that activity is going to be over with. There is a slight risk of severe weather for some of us in the Mid-South as that makes its way in. This is going to be north of Shelby County, that slight risk impacting portions of northeastern Arkansas, northwestern Tennessee. Here in Shelby County, we are in a level 1 out of the 5 threat levels. And again, main impacts we're watching for gusty winds, small hail, and some heavy rainfall as well. After we get out of that activity, out of the rainfall, after it shifts east of us, we're going to be dealing with heat into your later portion of your work week and into the weekend. I'm talking Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Feels like temperatures in the triple digits. Take a look at this over the next 5 days. Feels like conditions going to be warm over your week ahead, but into Friday and Saturday, Sunday really starts to ramp up. I'm talking triple digit feels like temperatures for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, also into your next work week as well. I would not be surprised if we see our first heat alerts of the season issued for Saturday and Sunday across the Mid-South. So what does that mean for you? If you're going to be outdoors this weekend, I just encourage you to pay attention to your body, how you're feeling, drink water, stay hydrated, even if you're not thirsty. Check on those around you, especially your children if they're going to be outdoors. And if you live around any elderly people, make sure to call, check on them as well, as they are the most vulnerable within these conditions. Just be careful out there. It's going to be a hot weekend ahead. Here's a look at your 10-day forecast. Rain chances stick around. Again, that next round coming into play later on Wednesday, early on Thursday. Actual temperature is going to be near 90 through your Friday ahead. I think we'll be dry on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you got any plans, it's just going to be hot out there. Middle 90s. Stick around as we head Monday into Tuesday of your next work week as well.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to tell you a little bit about the historic Ruffin Theater. This is a tiny community theater that is in Tipton County, Tennessee. You can see part of it here. Just a year ago, this theater was dangerously threatening to close after years of mismanagement. But through various community partnerships, through new leadership, the Ruffin Theater is not only surviving, but is thriving. And I want to bring in someone who let us know about this, who is helping with keeping the historic Ruffin Theater alive. I'm joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Leanne Harmon. She is someone who's very instrumental in the historic Ruffin Theater. So Leanne, good morning to you. Tell me about your role here and a little bit of the history of the Ruffin Theater.
Good morning. So I am your board treasurer, but also I help out with like booking talent and just making sure that we always have something on the stage at the Ruffin.
Okay, great. Well, that's fantastic news. Tell us a little bit of the backstory of the Ruffin Theater, its history, and how it almost closed permanently and where it is now.
So historically, it started out as a movie house in the 20s. It did burn and had to be rebuilt. And then after that, they started doing like live music and theatrical productions, things like that. It's actually rumored that Elvis played there. We haven't been able to get it legitimized, but we believe that he was there. Everybody wants to believe that Elvis played their theater. So, just for years, they've done local live music and theatrical productions. The Tipton Arts Council actually owns the building and produces the theatrical productions. But COVID was hard, like for many places. And then things just got really hard. It started to be hard to make the bills. And some poor leadership, I think, helped lead to that. But there were a few board members and we realized that things really weren't the way that they needed to be and just tried to pick up the pieces and run with it. So here we are, open and thriving, and we've got big acts coming, not just, we love our local live music and our local theater, but we've got big things coming because tonight we're going to have Andy Gross, who's actually been on numerous TV shows like Ellen. He actually has his own Amazon Prime show now, so it's a big deal. And we just want everybody to know that our little theater is a big deal.
Excellent, excellent. So tell me a little bit about where it is, how people can get involved, and perhaps ways that people can get tickets.
Yes. All right. So we function solely on volunteers. So all of our board is volunteers. If you come in, you see our front of house, people running the ticket booth or the concession stand, those are all volunteers, and we'd love to have anybody that would like to volunteer. You can send us a message through our website, TiptonArtsCouncil.org. That's the best way to get in touch with us. That's also how you buy tickets for any of like Andy Gross or any of our theatrical productions, anything that we have going on at the theater. That's where you can purchase tickets.
And is it in Covington?
It is. It's in downtown Covington, Tennessee, and it's just the cutest little square. Like if you think in your mind about what like a historic downtown small town square should look like, that's what Covington Square looks like. And they have the best businesses. It's just a great little community. And I'm not even from Tipton County, but I love Tipton County so much that we spend most of our time there. They actually have Depot Days coming up this weekend. It's their first annual one. So it's in the little Depot district. They have a new distillery that just opened. So the Ruffin, not only is the Ruffin thriving, but Tipton County and the heart of Covington is thriving, and they're helping keep us alive too.
Fantastic. Okay, so the Tipton Arts Council, if people want to search for that, they'll be able to search and see the Ruffin Theater and ways to get tickets. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go, Leanne? This has been great.
No, sir. Just thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Absolutely. Okay, Leanne Harmon joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, talking about this historic theater that is once again making its way into the hearts and minds of many people all across the Mid-South. Leanne Harmon, thank you for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to tell you about a free Summer Bridge Academy for Memphis middle and high school students. This is going to be a 3-week-long program where kids, middle and high school kids, can brush up and boost their academic skills, their confidence. Again, this is for rising 8th, 9th, and 10th graders in the city of Memphis. I want to bring in someone that is a part of the organization doing this. I'm joined now by Courtney Richardson. He is with the Peer Power Foundation to talk about this Bridge Summer Camp. And Courtney, good morning to you. Tell me about the program and how it's going to work.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having us on this morning. So we have a Summer Bridge program, and it's to do exactly what the name says. In the summertime, it is important for students to have an academic bridge from the end of school year to the beginning of the school year. And so we're deploying our college students who are success coaches to create a fun learning environment for young people who are uprising 8th through 10th grade students, so that when they get to the classroom, here's what I told the team. When they get to their class the first week of school, we want their teachers to say, what did you do this summer? Because you are on par, or you are mastering the content that you need to master for your grade level.
That sounds great. I love that idea. And I know there's going to be a lot of parents and teachers that love the idea as well. So how does someone get set up and sign up for this program? Where is it? All those details.
So the program is going to be at Mace High School on Poplar Avenue. We want to give a shout out to that executive director over there, Mr. Gaston, for hosting this camp. And to sign up, families and students can go to peerpowerfoundation.org. Notice I said parents and students, parents and families, because sometimes it is the students who say, I am going to Peer Powers Camp, because what we like to say is, hey, if the students don't enjoy it, or if the students don't advertise for it and they are the target audience, then we need to do some work. But we always have students who are interested. So you can go to peerpowerfoundation.org to sign up, or any of our social media sites and sign up as well.
Okay, so take me through. Is this the first year? Take me through like what it's going to be like. It's Monday through Thursday, I understand, and it's from 9 to 3. Is it just like class? Is it something different? Explain.
So it's going to be Monday through Thursday. We're going to have level 4 and level 5 teachers providing instruction, and our highly trained and highly skilled success coaches, which are college students, are going to be there to help support or fill in the gap for those students who may need a little extra support. But this is also going to be filled with project-based learning. Our partners over at University Schools Innovative School District is a project-based learning school, and that is a practice that allows for students to do projects that are aligned with content, with curriculum, and with standards. So students are going to come away with some projects, and it's going to be fun, which is a part of Peer Power's model. You have our college students who are close in age with them, who are providing a fun learning environment. In fact, our college students are working in the month of June to create lessons and to create activities that would allow for students not just to sit in classroom and have boring lessons, but to have engaging lessons that would help them move academically. And so it's going to be fun. There will be some field trips. There are going to be incentives as well. There will also be other high school students who will be providing some support to their peers as well, which is why we are Peer Power. We believe in the power of the peer, not just the pressure that peers create. We believe that peers have the power to help peers succeed.
So this is going to be Monday through Thursday, July 7th it begins. This is right after the 4th of July weekend, July 7th through the 24th at MACE, the Memphis Academy of Science and Engineering. I understand registration close later this month. Again, give us the details so people can sign up. We know it's already free, but give us the details again so people know where to sign up.
Okay, so registration will close later at the end of the month if it lasts that long. We are seeing much interest in this camp. But you can go to peerpowerfoundation.org to sign up for your student, or you can sign up to be a part of our Summer Bridge program. That's Monday through Thursday. It's going to be happening at Mace High School there on Poplar Avenue. And we look forward to serving you. If you have any questions, you can email programs@peerpowerfoundation.org, and one of my amazing team members will get with you to give you details that you need.
Courtney, one more thing. How many people are you expecting? How many students are you expecting this year?
So we are expecting about 125 students to be a part of this amazing opportunity. And from my understanding, we're well over halfway there. And that number is growing.
Okay, Courtney Richardson, the Peer Power Foundation, talking about a free Summer Bridge Academy for Memphis middle and high school students next month. Registration closes on Friday, June 27th. We appreciate your time, Courtney. Thank you for all that you're doing to help out the students this summer.
Thank you for having me. Looking forward to coming back to let you see the results of the Summer Bridge program.
I look forward. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is a new competition that is on NBC right now. It's called Destination X, and it is a bold travel competition. And a lot of those contestants are asking, where the X are we, among other things. And I want to learn more about this competition that began about a month ago on NBC. And joining me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, one of the contestants, Peter Weber, to talk more about this show and more about what viewers can expect. Peter, good morning to you. So tell me a little bit about what you're involved in. Good morning.
Yeah, no, this was truly just the adventure of a lifetime, the ultimate game board, being able to just have a guessing game of where in the X are you, like you said, and just an incredible opportunity to kind of put your skills to the test. You know, for me, I think specifically it was such an awesome opportunity to go into, just with the nature of my career and being a pilot and the passion I have for travel. Being able to be a part of an experience like this was just the coolest thing I've ever done in my entire life, and I can't wait for everyone to watch the entire journey. Just so many awe moments, and it was truly special, and I'll never forget it.
So let me ask you this, Peter, because you know, on another network there is something called The Amazing Race, which is almost a travel competition as well. Get us into this competition. Is it similar? Is it different? What are the differences and perhaps the similarities?
It's very different. You know, what's crazy too, and I think a lot of the players, we're all looking really forward to rewatching this back, is we really only saw maybe, you know, 10, 15, 20% of the entire, what everyone's going to see. We saw such a limited portion, and it's, you know, depriving you of your senses. And that's what makes it such a unique show and something that's never been done before. You know, being able to see such limited things and never truly knowing if what you're seeing is accurate, if it's a red herring, that was just through a huge wrench in everything. It made it so much more difficult, being able to trust people. And it has the whole gameplay aspect of, you know, betrayal, of alliances, of really just trusting your gut. And that could be a make or break for you, you know, either continuing on to the next week or going home. So I think that, you know, similarities, yeah, being able to travel the world and see a lot of incredible spots, but the competition aspect is brand new. It's never been done before. And it's just super unique, and it's just really just testing and an insane experience.
I know that you're limited on what you can say, but Peter, if you can you break down a little bit of the rules or how this competition is played out on TV?
Yeah, so essentially every week we're going to be traveling in a bus, and this bus is fogged out, so all the windows, you can't see outside. And so you're in close quarters, you're with your competition day in and day out, you're sleeping on the bus. And every city you get to, you're going to be partaking in certain challenges. And these challenges, if you win them, are going to be huge because they're going to offer you information to give you clues to understand possibly where you are. But again, those clues may not always be accurate. And so that's part of the fun of the game, is trying to really decipher what is true, what's not. The alliance building is huge in this game. And, you know, you try to, at the end of every single week, you're going to be placing your X. You go to the map room if you're selected to go to the map room. And the person that has their X furthest away from the correct location of where you actually are in the world at that point, unfortunately gets sent home. And you try to make it to the very end for, you know, a shot at the grand prize and the title. And just, yeah, the ultimate competition show. It's really cool, I think, for the viewers too. They're going to be able to guess along too as well, and truly play this game as if you were actually playing it in real life. But it's got everything. It's got the social aspect, the competitive aspect, the challenge aspect, and a lot of twists and turns, a little bit of luck, and just the most epically shot show I think I've ever seen.
What's the grand prize?
$250,000. So that's obviously an incredible amount of money. So that'd be incredible to win that. But I think even more than that, just you know, the pride of being able to, you know, season one, be able to win Destination X, that would be, I think that's the ultimate prize. But yeah, a big sum of money as well.
So tell our viewers how we can watch Destination X.
So Destination X is going to be airing on NBC on Tuesday nights, and then after that, it's going to be on Peacock, available for streaming. So yeah, be tuning in every Tuesday night. And after you can't catch that, you got it on Peacock.
Anything that surprised you that you're allowed to tell us with regards to this? You mentioned how many people are involved in this? Contestants?
So it started out with 10, and then I believe 2 have already been eliminated, and then Janae and we join in the next city that's coming up, do a little bit of a twist, throw like a wrench in the plans for I think everyone involved. So now we're back up to 10, and yeah, there can only be one winner at the end. Again, with that, it's very crucial to be working along with other people because you can't win it by yourself. And so that's also creates a really interesting dynamic too of, if you were to make it far in this game, of when do you split that? And there's obviously a lot of trust, but eventually the nature of the game, there has to be a little bit of betrayal too. So it's very lots of ups and downs and twists, and yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch.
Absolutely. Peter Weber, contestant on NBC's Destination X, a brand new reality competition that focuses on travel, and the grand prize, $250,000. You can see it on Tuesday nights on NBC and then Peacock streaming afterwards. Peter, thanks for coming on the Digital Desk. Best of luck to you in this competition. We appreciate your time. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We always love checking in with our friends at Memphis Botanic Garden. A busy time for them. They got the Live at the Garden concert series all ready to go this weekend. I'm joined now by Carly Zamora, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Adult Education Coordinator for us. Carly, what's going on? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. We're so happy to talk with y'all this morning. We're starting to see a little bit of a drizzle roll in, but that's the great thing about the garden is even when it rains, the scenery is still beautiful. If anything, it's just making the plants look even better. So it's a good time out here.
Oh, it always is, and I love seeing it, and I love it when you guys talk to us and you're out and about in the 96 acres. It's looking great. So we know we got the big concert coming up this weekend with Third Eye Blind. What else is going on? Because I know you guys have events throughout the summer and really throughout the year.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're so excited about having our first concert of the season this Saturday with Third Eye Blind. I know I'll be there. I'm super thrilled about it. Some other things that we have coming up is actually a brand new series that we're introducing. It is called our Sip and Stroll series. So the first Thursday of the month, we are actually taking guests on an in-depth look at each of our gardens. So the way that we kind of laid this out is each individual garden is going to have its own opportunity to shine and to really be able to talk about what went into that garden, some different concepts and things to talk about. Additionally, what we're excited about is we're bringing in community partners that kind of fit the theme of the garden. So our first one coming up is actually on July 3rd. The fun thing that we get to talk about is our urban home garden. So when you think about home gardening, a lot of people think about raised beds and fruits and vegetables, but we have a lot of really cool concepts. We also have beekeeping, we have chicken coops, we have a type of growing fruit trees called espalier. All of these crazy concepts that maybe you wouldn't think about and more, we're going to discuss in a very casual, laid back tour. That's my kind of goal with all of our adult education programming, is to make it fun, casual, very approachable to anyone that comes in.
So I'm curious because this has piqued my interest here. First ever Sip and Stroll series. You have one. It looks like you have one in July, August, September, October, November. Tell me once again. So is it like a home improvement? Like the July one's focused on home improvement stuff, or is it something more than that?
Yeah, so I think that the cool concept behind the Sip and Stroll tours that we'll be doing is we want to give information that you can apply to your life. So if that's something you're interested in, is how do I grow a tomato plant? That's stuff that we'll be covering. But if you're a seasoned gardener and you've done this and you said, I've been out in my garden for 20 plus years, you can come to the Sip and Stroll series and still learn something new and fun and cool. And the great part about this is because we're rotating between each garden, we have different ideas and different kind of concepts to cover. So maybe you're not super interested in, let's say, home gardening. You don't really want to do the vegetable gardens. Guess what? We have another series, which I'm super excited about. Our October one is all about potions and poisons. So that'll be like a really fun Halloween one that we do. That's all going to talk about like the history of medicinal use of plants and also how it was used in history to poison people. So we have the mixture of the really fun with the really useful information all combined.
I love it. I love it. That's cool. Very cool, very creative. And so each month there's going to be a different theme, and this is going for, is it on Saturdays? Is it the first, another part of the week? It's give us a rundown of when it is and when we can see the theme for each of those days.
Absolutely. So they are going to be on the first Thursday of the month. So check your calendar, whatever that may be. Like I said, our first one's July 3rd. Each theme we will have up on our calendar. You can visit our Things to Do calendar under membg.org to see all of the dates. But just as a rundown, our first theme will be our urban home garden. Our second will be our herb garden. Our third will be our My Big Backyard, our children's area, where all the kids will be back to school and all the adults get to come in and see what's going on there. Our fourth will be our special Halloween edition. And then our fifth will be our woodlands, where we actually get to go run through the woods and see what we have that going on out there.
Very cool. I love it. That sounds fantastic. What made you guys come up with this idea? It's very creative, and I know that a lot of people will enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. So kind of talking about the name in and of itself, Sip and Stroll, this is actually a 21 plus event. The reason that we have it 21 plus is because with the purchase of your ticket, you get 2 specialty cocktails, which we will theme around the garden. So we're really excited about that. One of the vendors that we'll be working with, or one of the community partners for our first one, is actually Delta Dirt, where they take sweet potatoes to make it into their spirits. So we have this thought of how do we combine these community partners, have them out in the garden, have them out talking, and then I actually will be leading the tours. So I personally take a lot of interest in each of our individual areas and all the things we have to offer. And when all these ideas were floating around, we just thought, let's just combine them and make them a nice, casual, fun atmosphere for everyone. It's also low quantity numbers for these tours. So you won't have these huge groups where you can't talk to the tour guide or talk to the partners. All of these tours are very limited. So make sure you get your tickets now to have that opportunity to come see them.
One more thing, Carly. You mentioned that you're a part of putting it together and running the various events. Are there certain experts? So, for example, you have your garden, your garden one, that theme. Is there going to be someone that runs a seasonal garden that can really kind of give you those tips? How's that going to work?
Yeah, absolutely. So I like to say that I'm there for kind of the fun, casual conversations. I know a lot about our garden, but I definitely don't know more than our horticulturists. So we will have a horticulturist on site to be able to talk about this different areas, since they're the ones that actually put the plants in the ground and maintain them throughout the year. So we'll have experts in that fashion. Another partner that we'll have is Everbloom Pharmacy. Everbloom Pharmacy specializes in their own gardens themselves, and we actually donate a lot of our food profit that we kind of have, or the extra groceries that we have from our urban home garden, to Everbloom Pharmacy. So they'll be talking about community gardens, how to get involved. Maybe you don't have a garden in your backyard, but you want to start and have this kind of built up. We will have so many different ranges of people to talk to that, like I said, if you're casual or if you're already an expert on your own, this will be a really fun experience for everyone.
Fantastic. I love it. Carly Zamora joining us on the digital desk about Memphis Botanic Garden and their new series, Sip and Stroll. First one, July 3rd, a season garden showcase, I guess you could call it, where you guys will be really kind of focused in and dialed in to really kind of enhance people who have been gardening for, 10, 20 years or more. Anything else we can touch on, Carly, before we let you go?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a series that we plan to continue throughout the new year. So please make sure that you keep an eye on our website. That's membg.org to see all of the future dates. We really hope to hit each individual part of our garden. So if you don't see one of the gardens you would be interested in, stay tuned till 2026 when we'll have a lot more running throughout the entire year.
Awesome. All right. Well, listen, we appreciate it, Carly Zamora. As always, when you and others join us on the digital desk from Memphis Botanic Garden, always really enjoying that gem in Memphis and the Mid-South. Thank you so very much.
Of course. Y'all have a great morning.
Okay, you do the same as well. Thank you so much. Another live look from our High Five camera here in Midtown Memphis. Still some clouds, pretty persistent in our area. Let's talk about the forecast in 1 minute.
Well, happy Tuesday out there. We're starting off with some showers and storms this morning, but those are going to be tapering off as we head into your afternoon and evening hours. Our next best chance of rain comes in as we head late Wednesday into your early Thursday. Then we finally start to dry out into your weekend ahead. So let's take it hour by hour. As I said, isolated in nature showers and storms still going to continue over your next hour or two, 8, 9 o'clock. As we head into the afternoon, a majority of that activity does shift off to your east. Let's shift into Wednesday because that's the day we're going to be watching for more widespread rain and maybe a few stronger storms in the mix as well. Starting off in the morning, dry. I think the majority of Wednesday is actually going to be dry. Noon looking dry as well. It's the evening hours that we're going to start to see these storms come and drop into the Mid-South. I'm thinking anywhere between 6, 7, 8 o'clock for portions of eastern Arkansas. This line going to be crossing over the Mississippi River into portions of Shelby County as we head 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. So later in the evening. We're going to be watching this line as it makes its way through. Could be containing some small hail and gusty winds as it shifts into the Mid-South. This is going to be overnight, tapering off as we head into your early Thursday. Maybe a few isolated showers and storms in the mix for your Thursday morning commute, but a majority of that activity is going to be over with. There is a slight risk of severe weather for some of us in the Mid-South as that makes its way in. This is going to be north of Shelby County, that slight risk impacting portions of northeastern Arkansas, northwestern Tennessee. Here in Shelby County, we are in a level 1 out of the 5 threat levels. And again, main impacts we're watching for gusty winds, small hail, and some heavy rainfall as well. After we get out of that activity, out of the rainfall, after it shifts east of us, we're going to be dealing with heat into your later portion of your work week and into the weekend. I'm talking Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Feels like temperatures in the triple digits. Take a look at this over the next 5 days. Feels like conditions going to be warm over your week ahead, but into Friday and Saturday, Sunday really starts to ramp up. I'm talking triple digit feels like temperatures for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, also into your next work week as well. I would not be surprised if we see our first heat alerts of the season issued for Saturday and Sunday across the Mid-South. So So what does that mean for you? If you're going to be outdoors this weekend, I just encourage you to pay attention to your body, how you're feeling, drink water, stay hydrated.
Thank you
Even
very
if you're not
much.
thirsty,
Yeah, it was good.
check on those
You know,
around
went
you,
out to
especially
dinner,
your children if they're going to be outdoors.
Saturday night,
And if
and
you
then,
live around
Tina
any
cooked
elderly
a
people, make
great
sure to
meal
call,
on
check on them,
Sunday.
as
It
well
was
as they are
nice.
the most
It was very
vulnerable
nice.
within
So,
these
thank you.
conditions. Just be careful
Yeah,
out there. It's
no,
going to be
I
a
mean,
hot
you know,
weekend
Sophia
ahead.
called,
Here's a look
Nick
at your
called.
10-day forecast. Rain
That's
chances
where we
stick
are.
around. Again, that next round
Yes,
coming into
but I
play
do like
later
the
on
phone call.
Wednesday,
That's
early
true.
on Thursday.
Yeah. So
Actual
that's
temperature is
nice.
going to be near 90 through your Friday ahead. I think we'll be dry on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you got any plans, it's just going to be hot out there. Middle 90s. Stick around as we head Monday into Tuesday of your next work week as well.
So Don, thank you so much for giving me your time. I did want to mention right off the bat, I may be in the vast minority when it comes to the fandom of this show, but I have been
His phone has been going off for the last 48 hours on just spam calls. I think that it's something no one calls us welcome.
Because we all have them. Some of them are smaller than others, but we still have them. And it's just something that we deal with. And I feel like 1 out of 4 people almost knows someone or has a family member that's been touched by this affliction. And
Your News 5 digital desk. There is a new exhibit at the Children's Museum of Memphis. I remember when my kids were young, we always used to go to the Children's Museum of Memphis. It's so great. It's so wonderful for them. Just get totally immersed in whatever section and whatever area, whatever play area they can get into. This one is really interesting because kids are going to be able to have this kind of immersive experience with an ocean exhibit. It's called Ocean and Me, and joining me now on the Action News 5 digital desk, the CEO of the Children's Museum of Memphis, also a developmental psychologist, Dr. Stuart Burgess, on the Action News 5 digital desk. So tell me a little bit about Ocean and Me, Stuart. Good morning.
Good morning. Ocean and Me is super exciting. I love that you use the word immersive because it's designed to be just that. All of the play and learning that goes on in Ocean and Me is designed to happen as if you were under the sea. It really focuses a lot on celebrating reading and making reading particularly interesting and a focal point of the experience. Also problem solving. There's some math slid in there tied to treasure and jewels on the bottom of the ocean floor to make it really fun and exciting. And then there are all things ocean, wacky ocean facts of all kinds that even make adults go, "Are you serious? I can't believe that." And that's all designed to make it so that kids and their adults share the sort of, oh wow, experience of learning in a meaningful, immersive, and interesting context.
That sounds amazing, Stuart. It really sounds good. Tell me what age it caters to. I know that there are all kinds of ages that go to the Children's Museum. What age is this exhibit specifically catered to?
So this one really probably works well for anybody from about 4 to 12 or so. But younger kids will enjoy the immersive quality of it. The lights are down low and there's uplighting to make it look a little oceany inside. There are lots of fun things that you can do that are pretty straightforward, so you don't have to be a reader to be able to enjoy this. The other piece is in the reading scenarios, the setups that we have, including a giant undersea dome where you have plastic bubble chairs that adults and children sit in together. It can be that the adult is reading a story to the child. It doesn't have to be the child who's reading. And so there's pretty wide range, actually.
Fantastic. Okay. So this exhibit, I understand, goes through the month of August. and we're talking about all kinds of different things because I'm reading about it and I see that it has like puffer fish. They got you have a sunken ship there, submersible, a fish wall. What is the most popular, because it's been open now for a few days, what's been the most popular area that you've seen kids really enjoy?
They go all over it, so they really kind of pinball machine all the different parts, which is our intention, to make each of the learning and playful space vignettes to really attract kids. They love to rearrange all of these fish on Velcro walls into schools of fish, and to learn about which kinds of fish group together in schools and which don't, and all of that. We think there are a couple new pieces this year. There's a really cool Find the Treasure challenge, which we think that kids are going to really gravitate toward, and I'm looking forward to watching that.
Absolutely, Stuart. Thank you. Anything else you want to mention about this? I mean, how can people see it? How much does it cost to get into the exhibit if you're a member, non-member, that sort of thing?
Sure. This is no additional charge. So after you pay your entrance fee, or if you're already a member, this is just part of the experience that we add to sort of the return on investment that you get for paying a little bit of money to make sure your kids are having a great time learning. It's about 3,000 square feet, and it's also the ocean theme, and bringing down the lights and a nice air-conditioned space is a nice complement or counterpoint to some of the outdoor play and our splash pad during the summer. So that's super exciting. And if reading is also a big ticket item on your list for summer, which it always should be for children of all ages, then we've also got a brand new reading challenge program called Level Up that kids and parents and grandparents are being really excited about.
Fantastic. And I know that if museum members get in for free, non-members, it's $18 to enter. Is that right?
That's exactly right.
Okay, Dr. Stuart Burgess with Children's Museum of Memphis. Thanks for coming on the digital desk and telling us about that latest display, that latest exhibit, Ocean and Me. Sounds fantastic for all the kids this summer. We appreciate your time. Thanks for all you do at the museum, too.
You're welcome.
All right.
Well, happy Tuesday out there. We're starting off with some showers and storms this morning, but those are going to be tapering off as we head into your afternoon and evening hours. Our next best chance of rain comes in as we head late Wednesday into your early Thursday. Then we finally start to dry out into your weekend ahead. So let's take it hour by hour. As I said, isolated in nature showers and storms still going to continue over your next hour or two, 8, 9 o'clock. As we head to the afternoon, a majority of that activity does shift off to your east. Let's shift into Wednesday, because that's the day we're going to be watching for more widespread rain, maybe a few stronger storms in the mix as well. Starting off in the morning, dry. I think the majority of Wednesday is actually going to be dry. Noon looking dry as well. It's the evening hours that we're going to start to see these storms come and drop into the mid-south. I'm thinking anywhere between 6, 7, 8 o'clock for portions of eastern Arkansas. This line going to be crossing over the Mississippi River into portions of Shelby County as we head 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, so later in the evening. We're going to be watching this line as it makes its way through. Could be containing some small hail and gusty winds as it shifts into the mid-south. This is going to be overnight, tapering off as we head into your early Thursday. Maybe a few isolated showers and storms in the mix for your Thursday morning commute, but a majority of that activity is going to be over with. There is a slight risk of severe weather for some of us in the mid-south as that makes its way in. This is going to be north of Shelby County, that slight risk impacting portions of northeastern Arkansas, northwestern Tennessee. Here in Shelby County, we are in a level 1 out of the 5 threat levels. And again, main impacts we're watching for: gusty winds, small hail, and some heavy rainfall as well. After we get out of that activity, out of the rainfall, after it shifts east of us, we're going to be dealing with heat into your later portion of your work week and into the weekend. I'm talking Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Feels like temperatures in the triple digits. Take a look at this over the next 5 days. Feels like conditions going to be warm over your week ahead, but into Friday and Saturday, Sunday really starts to ramp up. I'm talking triple digit. Feels like temperatures for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, also into your next work week as well. I would not be surprised if we see our first heat alerts of the season issued for Saturday and Sunday across the Mid-South. So what does that mean for
you oughta
you?
check it
If you're
out.
going to be outdoors this weekend,
Yeah,
I just
I
encourage you
think
to
Thursdays they
pay
have,
attention
like,
to
a
your
deal
body, how
going,
you're
like a
feeling,
fixed
drink
menu, but
water,
if you
stay
really wanna,
hydrated, even if you're not
check out the
thirsty.
menu.
Check on those around you, especially your children if they're
Yeah,
going to be
yeah.
outdoors.
Saturday,
and
Saturday.
if you
It's-
live around any
yeah,
elderly
it's
people,
good
make sure to
stuff. I
call,
like it.
check on them as well, as they are the most vulnerable within these conditions. Just be
Nice.
careful out there. It's going to be a hot weekend ahead. Here's a look at your 10-day
Awesome.
forecast.
Well,
Rain
fortune
chances stick
parlay.
around. Again, that next round coming into play later on Wednesday, early on Thursday. Actual temperature is going to be near 90 through your Friday ahead. I think we'll be dry on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you got any plans, it's just going to be hot out there. Middle 90s. Stick around as we head Monday into Tuesday of your next work week as well.
Well, this morning, the NAACP, along with the Southern Environmental Law Center, plans to hold a press conference to talk about updates about XAI's data center in South Memphis. Earlier this month, the Southern Environmental Law Center filed a petition with the EPA over concerns about the area's ozone levels. For months, we've been telling you about concerns about pollution in the area, specifically around the use of gas turbines and proper permits. Last night, we heard from Tennessee State Representative Justin J. Pearson about his concerns as he calls for more transparency from leaders like Memphis Mayor Paul Young and others backing the project.
It is so important that people have accurate information to make decisions and to understand what and others. The reality is being kept in the dark leads to exploitation, and I don't want that to continue to happen in our community.
The Greater Memphis Chamber says some of those gas turbines are being powered down. Last week, Representative Pearson met with Mayor Paul Young about concerns in the supercomputer. Mayor Young is encouraging people to understand the facts around the project, saying there's a lot of hyperbole about what comes from the turbines. Now, it's also important to note that Memphis Mayor Paul Young and city leaders announced a 25% plan from XAI's city property revenue that will be reinvested into neighborhoods around within a 5-mile radius around the facility. Reporting, I'm Stephanie Douglas, Action News 5.
All right, we're going to switch gears here and talk a little bit about the state of Arkansas. You know, more and more people are realizing, I certainly realize this here in Memphis in the Mid-South, that where you live affects how you live. You know, you could be living in the most beautiful place in the world, but if you don't feel good about it and you don't really kind of mesh with where you are, it's not going to feel good. It's not going to be the most beautiful place in the world. But if you embrace it and you enjoy it, no matter where you are, you're going to enjoy where you live. And it feels like mind over matter a little bit. On the Action News 5 digital desk, I am joined now, happy to be joined by actress Dawn Olivieri. And anyone who has watched Yellowstone, she is no stranger to you, but she has a great little story here because she relocated from California to Arkansas. She found not only a slower pace, but a stronger purpose. So, Dawn, good morning to you. Tell me more about your move and how you are reflecting on that move this morning.
Well, good morning to you. Thank you for having me. I love that you say slower pace. I brought all the action with me. I thought I did come for nature, right? That's what I showed up in seeking of, but I brought the whole world with me. And Arkansas does something for the soul out here. And I came to be as close to as much wildness as I could stomach. And what it ended up doing for me was it created Moon Mountain Sanctuary and Rescue, which is my wild Mustang rescue here in Arkansas. But on a soul level, I was able to put the mirror down, right? In LA, I call it the land of mirrors. But when you come out here and you're in direct conversation with the natural world, there's no place for the mirror. It becomes cumbersome, and it's a false sense of who you are. So you start meeting people from the inside, and it actually also affected my acting, which I think was a really interesting side effect. It made me a stronger actress because I was no longer living on the surface of things. I'm going to assume you're still there. So maybe we just can't
can you
hear
not
right
hear
now.
me, Dawn?
Oh, now. Yeah, well,
you
I'll
can hear
keep
me now?
talking. I don't mind. I was trying to give you
No.
some space. Yeah.
So what I was saying was, like, there's no question that nature has a healing effect. Whether you're out in nature for a minute, a weekend, what have you, it heals all of us. And so it's so great to hear your story. Tell me where you live in Arkansas and what that healing process has been like for you.
Well, the Moon Mountain is situated in Mena, Arkansas. It's about as far out as you can get in Arkansas. It's sort of 3 hours from any major airport, which creates a very pristine environment out here, very conducive to bringing 100 wild horses to your house. But we live on the edge of a national forest, and that was one of my prerequisites. Was I wanted land on a national forest. And what's very unique about Mena is it is almost a peninsula surrounded by national forests. And that's a very unique organization of a city is in my is what I thought, and what I know to be true with how that works is that you end up attracting a lot of outdoor enthusiasts. And little did I know, Arkansas had a lot going on in that department. You could even argue it's up there for the recreational capital of the world, just by nature of how it is constructed here. You have hiking, you have mountain biking, tubing, kayaking, horseback riding, side-by-side off-roading. I mean, the list just continues. And I couldn't believe I didn't know anything about Arkansas before. It was never on my map of places to visit. And when I moved here, I thought, well, this is a story that needs to be told. So I take initiative a lot of times. If you don't know much about me, that's definitely something I got in spades. And I said, I went to Arkansas, and I said, can I tell your story from my perspective? Because that's as authentic as I could get. And I made a docuseries, and I call it My Natural State, because the slogan is the natural state for Arkansas. So I wanted to show the beauty of Arkansas, but at the same time show the spiritual journey of a person learning to connect with a deeper level of themselves through that travel, through the natural wonders of Arkansas. And that's what I did, and that's what this story is about.
Well, fantastic, Dawn. I love hearing it. We are in Memphis, so we're right there on the border of Arkansas. Been to the Ozarks plenty of times. It's gorgeous, and certainly some other areas, Mountain Home, Mountain Brook. It's just a gorgeous state. There's no question about it. Anything else you want to share with our audience? We actually broadcast into parts of Arkansas, North Mississippi, and West Tennessee.
Well, I think there's a lot of people out there that have this in their heart, that they're trying to be in a big city so they can make enough money to move and have the life they want, get a few acres and have animals and have their little homestead. My advice is to just go now. Don't let fear keep you stuck, because I did it. I didn't have the partner that I thought I would have. I didn't have the money that I thought I would have, but I still did it. And the thing is when you choose what's coming from your heart, what it's saying to you, it all comes with you. It's like the reward for listening to that little voice. And if you're still not sure, Arkansas has this great website. It's arkansas.com/relocation. And you can actually they have this relocation calculator, and you can calculate your cost of living comparison from where you live currently to where you could move in Arkansas. And if that doesn't seal the deal, then go and look at all the pictures of Arkansas, or come to my Instagram, Dawn Olivieri. If you don't know how to spell my name, just type in Yellowstone into a Google search. It'll pop up. And come and see what we're doing here at Moon Mountain Sanctuary and Rescue and all the horses that we're helping. Come volunteer, and then we can kind of guide you to the thousands of waterfalls you can visit, where you can go find a diamond, and then you can just fund your entire move. It's like, it's that easy. Or you could just go tubing and contemplate your existence. Arkansas literally has it all.
Before we let you go, anything that you want to share with some Yellowstone fans out there? I know that we have plenty of them. What was the most satisfying aspect of being a part of this series?
Well, you know, Wes Bentley is actually from Arkansas. Isn't that funny? He was born in Arkansas. So we had a lot of Arkansas conversations to talk together in between, you know, conniving and our takedown of the Yellowstone dynasty. But what a great show. What an anomaly. What an incredible beacon for people. I think even that show did some of this, right? It's like when you watch that world, you want that world for yourself. People started wearing cowboy hats and cowboy boots. Now they're like, maybe we want a horse, right? Good. Come and get one from Moon Mountain, and then I'll teach you how to be a real cowboy. I dare you.
All right, Dawn Olivieri on the digital desk. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. And enjoy yourself in nature.
Yeah, I will.
I know you will. All right, Dawn, thank you. Another live look from our High Five camera here as we go to break. 75 degrees, 10:05, still some clouds out there. We're back in 1 minute. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We always love celebrating Memphians that are doing amazing things everywhere and on the national stage, on a regional stage, international stage, what have you. And joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, I am joined by Dr. Martin McCain. He is a faculty member from the Rudy E. Scheidt School of Music at the University of Memphis. Go Tigers go, by the way. And he is a trombonist on the Disney soundtrack for the Lilo and Stitch remake that's out in theaters right now. Martin, great to meet you. So first off, tell me a little bit about yourself. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. So I'm a musician. As you said, I teach at the University of Memphis. I grew up in Memphis in Whitehaven. And outside of teaching college students, I'm a member of the Count Basie Orchestra. If you go to the musicals at the Orpheum, the trombonist of the Orpheum Theater. And so I get to perform in a lot of different genres and get to teach wonderful next generation of musicians.
So tell me about getting this opportunity. How does it come about where, you know, you have this remake? It's a big movie. It was a big, I think it was a big TV show back in the day. It is now in theaters, and you're a trombonist. You're on the soundtrack. How does that all happen?
Well, it's a funny thing. Like when you're a recording artist and you're a studio musician, sometimes you show up to the recording studio and you have no idea who you're recording for. And that was the same situation here with Royal Studio. We were told that Bruno Mars was going to have a part of this project, but we had no idea it was for a Disney film. And so we went into the studio, we recorded Burning Love, and really did not know what it was going to come of. And then I didn't find out until a month later when I received the check. I just did a little bit of research and I saw that this was going to be a part of the new Disney movie. So that's an interesting story how I found out.
That's fantastic, and I'm sure it was nice to see the check and everything associated with that. So tell me, if people go and see this movie in the theaters, are they going to be able to know which song? And I mean, you're a trombonist, so how are they going to be able to pick you out, or at least the song that you're a part of? How about that?
Yeah, so one great thing that this movie is doing, from even the original that came out in 2002, there's a lot of Elvis music in this movie, which is, very iconic with Memphis. But the one track that we recorded at Royal Studio is Burning Love, which is towards the end of the movie. And so, yeah, this is a really nice one because actually Bruno Mars' nephews are singing this, and then we are the horn section in the background.
Fantastic. That is awesome. So, so tell me about people's reaction, family members, friends, to you being on this soundtrack and Burning Love, as you mentioned. I mean, Elvis Presley. Here we go.
Absolutely. Well, especially in my family, a lot of my family members are huge Disney fans, and my sister goes to Disney World at least 3 times a year. It's so everybody was extremely excited. I've been on a few different soundtracks before, but never Disney. So that's definitely a special thing for me.
I would think so. I would think so. So tell me what you do at the University of Memphis. Are you a professor? What do you teach?
Yeah, so I'm the trombone professor. So I teach students from freshmen all the way to doctoral students and students who want to be performers or future band directors, educators. And so it's fantastic. I get to work with around 20 trombone students each week. And yeah, we have a really beautiful thing going on at the Scheidt School of Music, especially in our brand new Performing Arts Center.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, a great situation all around. Anything else you want to share with our audience? We have thousands of people that watch each and every morning here on the Digital Desk. And not only are they love to celebrate University of Memphis, Memphis Tigers, and a Memphian doing extraordinary things on an international level. Anything else we can talk about, Martin?
Well, I would just say, please go see the movie. I just read last night that the movie is still #1 on the charts, and it's been out for 2 weeks now. So that's amazing with all the great movies that usually come out during the summer season. So if you haven't seen it yet, definitely check out the movie.
Yeah, and this is a remake of the kids program back in the late 90s, is it?
The first Lilo and Stitch came out in 2002, and then there was a sequel, and then it became a TV series as well.
Gotcha. Okay, all right. Appreciate you setting me that straight. Well, listen, Dr. Martin McCain joining us on the Digital Desk on the soundtrack for the Disney movie Lilo and Stitch, the remake, Burning Love. At the very end, there you will hear him and his trombonist, and his trombone, rather. Fantastic stuff. Congratulations once again, and thanks for all the hard work you do at the University of Memphis to inspire other students to do the same. We appreciate your time.
Go Tigers.
Well, happy Tuesday out there. We're starting off with some showers and storms this morning, but those are going to be tapering off as we head into your afternoon and evening hours. Our next best chance of rain comes in as we head late Wednesday into your early Thursday. Then we finally start to dry out into your weekend ahead. So let's take it hour by hour. As I said, isolated in nature showers and storms still going to continue over your next hour or two, 8, 9 o'clock. As we head into the afternoon, a majority of that activity does shift off to your east. Let's shift into Wednesday because that's the day we're going to be watching for more widespread rain and maybe a few stronger storms in the mix as well. Starting off in the morning, dry. I think the majority of Wednesday is actually going to be dry. Noon looking dry as well. It's the evening hours that we're going to start to see these storms come and drop into the mid-south. I'm thinking anywhere between 6, 7, 8 o'clock for portions of eastern Arkansas. This line going to be crossing over the Mississippi River into portions of Shelby County as we head 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. So later in the evening, we're going to be watching this line as it makes its way through. Could be containing some small hail and gusty winds as it shifts into the mid-south. This is going to be overnight, tapering off as we head into your early Thursday. Maybe a few isolated showers and storms in the mix for your Thursday morning commute, but a majority of that activity is going to be over with. There is a slight risk of severe weather for some of us in the mid-south as that makes its way in. This is going to be north of Shelby County, that slight risk impacting portions of northeastern Arkansas, northwestern Tennessee. Here in Shelby County, we are in a level 1 out of the 5 threat levels. And again, main impacts we're watching for gusty winds, small hail, and some heavy rainfall as well. After we get out of that activity, out of the rainfall, after it shifts east of us, we're going to be dealing with heat into your later portion of your work week and into the weekend. I'm talking Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Feels like temperatures in the triple digits. Take a look at this over the next 5 days. Feels like conditions going to be warm over your week ahead, but into Friday and Saturday, Sunday really starts to ramp up. I'm talking triple digit feels like temperatures for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, also into your next work week as well. I would not be surprised if we see our first heat alerts of the season issued for Saturday and Sunday across the Mid-South. So what does that mean for you? If you're going to be outdoors this weekend, I just encourage you to pay attention to your body, how you're feeling, drink water, stay hydrated, even if you're not thirsty. Check on those around you, especially your children if they're going to be outdoors. And if you live around any elderly people, make sure to call, check on them as well, as they are the most vulnerable within these conditions. Just be careful out there. It's going to be a hot weekend ahead. Here's a look at your 10-day forecast. Rain chances stick around. Again, that next round coming into play later on Wednesday, early on Thursday. Actual temperature is going to be near 90 through your Friday ahead. I think we'll be dry on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you got any plans, it's just going to be hot out there. Middle 90s. Stick around as we head Monday into Tuesday of your next work week as well.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, we have a treat for you. I am being joined by someone who is currently in the Wicked play right now. Glinda, she plays. She's also done a number of different off-Broadway shows, national tours, TV appearances. We are talking about a superstar here. Joining me on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, actor Laura Wyaz. On the digital desk, talking about a show that's coming to the Orpheum Theater where she is going to be the main event. Laura, good morning to you. How are things?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm excited. Can't wait to be there.
We can't wait to have you. So first off, tell us a little bit about yourself. You have this incredible storied career here where you've, done this great magical tour here. You've been on Broadway currently, you're off Broadway, you've did TV shows, all kinds of appearances. Tell us a little bit about your background, where are you from, how you got started.
Sure, yeah. I'm originally from the Hartford, Connecticut area. And I always just sort of secretly loved singing and dancing. I was sort of shy though. And in high school, I joined the chorus and I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And I decided to go to college. I went to college in Winchester, Virginia at Shenandoah University. And then kind of right out of school, I started touring and I toured for a while and just kept building my resume and meeting people and doing off-Broadway shows and it's just been a wonderful, diverse, you sort of piecemeal everything together, right? You'll do a concert. I've done symphony orchestras. I've toured with Kenny Rogers, which was amazing. I'm currently in Kimberly Akimbo touring again. I've done Broadway, off-Broadway, some film, it's all just a very crafted career, which I like. It's always different, always changing. You have to be able to adapt and pivot to certain things. So yeah, it's definitely a lifestyle for sure.
That sounds amazing. I love it. I love hearing about it. You know, it gives all of us people who are, especially we have thousands of people who watch, aspiring actors and actresses, the hope of just, making it big. And certainly you've done this. I want to talk a little bit about what's bringing you here to Memphis at the Orpheum in downtown. Kimberly Akimbo, tell me about that story and how you got involved.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm so excited to come to Memphis. So I saw the show only one time and I was like, it impacted me so greatly. And that's the type of work as I get older that I like to do. I mean, I'm sure, I love doing funny, fluffy things, and this is very funny, but it impacted me so greatly that I thought it was important and the message is important. And I was like, I need to be a part of this show. It's so hilarious and it's heartbreaking and it's at the end, it's very hopeful. So it's this family in New Jersey in the 1990s before cell phones. And I played the mom, Patty, and my daughter, Kimberly, has a rare genetic disorder where she ages 4 to 5 times faster than, the average person. So in the show, she's 16, but she's played by an actress who's much older, which I also love. So she looks different, right? And she's in this new town. They had to move to Lodi, New Jersey. She doesn't quite know why. Her parents are dysfunctional. I'm sort of a narcissist, a little bit of a hypochondriac. Dad is a little wacky. She has a crazy Aunt Deborah. She's navigating all these things, going to a new school, her first crush, all while looking, not like the average teen. And it's really such a well-crafted story. It was a play first, and then they put music to it, and it's a genius show. So yeah, that's kind of had been my journey. I auditioned first for the understudy, and they were like, well, you're not really right for the understudy, but we'll keep you on file. And then, through a process of auditions, I ended up getting the part. So not the understudy, but the part.
That's amazing. I love hearing that. And this is going to be June 24th through 29th at the Orpheum in downtown Memphis. A lot of people may be thinking about ways to get involved in theater more often, and certainly we have some talent here all across Memphis. What would be the best advice for some of those aspiring actors and actresses out there that you'd give?
Well, I'll say this, you never know where your next job is going to come from. I got my equity card in a very strange way. I was doing a children's theater show, which, obviously nobody was coming to. We were playing in cafeterias. I was playing a mouse. And then, I was kind and I always, try to have a positive attitude and a good work ethic. And then a year later, my friend, called me up and he had done a Broadway show and he said somebody's leaving and I think you'd be great for it. And he passed my name along to the director. I didn't have an agent. And, lo and behold, I ended up getting it. So you never know where your next job is going to come from. So I guess my point is, just keep working however you can and have a good attitude and be kind to the people that you work with, because, you may not be even the most talented person, but if you're great to work with, people will want to work with you. And then they'll recommend you for this thing, and then that'll snowball to the next thing. And that's kind of how these things happen. So just, keep doing it, no matter how big or small it is. If you love it, I think good things will happen if you stay with it.
That's great advice. I mean, hard work always pays off, and treat others the way you want to be treated, right? It's not that hard.
Yeah, it's really not. Really not.
I mean, seriously, that's great stuff. All right, so anything else you want to say to the audience members, to the people, if they come by and they check out Kimberly Akimbo later this month, what would you tell them?
I would tell them the ice skating is real. We really ice skate. A lot of people think it's a trick. Even when I saw it on Broadway, I said, "Oh, those are little wheels," but they're not. And I didn't know until I had my costume fitting. They said, "Oh, we need to fit you for ice skates, and you have to have ice skate practice." And I was like, "What?" So we're really ice skating, first of all, which I think is just a phenomenal thing to be able to do on a Broadway stage. And yeah, just come with an open heart and ready for a good time, and maybe bring some tissues. There are some parts that will get you, but it's at the end of the show, it's like you just leave with this hopeful message. Do the thing, call the person, say what's on your mind, take the vacation. It's a very empowering human story. So hope you enjoy it.
Awesome. Laura Wyaz joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Congratulations on such a successful career and what you're doing. Thank you for the advice for all of those aspiring actors and actresses out there across Memphis and the Mid-South. And good luck on this tour. And Kimberly Akimbo, June 24th through the 29th at the Orpheum. We appreciate your time, Laura. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, happy Tuesday out there. We're starting off with some showers and storms this morning, but those are going to be tapering off as we head into your afternoon and evening hours. Our next best chance of rain comes in as we head late Wednesday into your early Thursday. Then we finally start to dry out into your weekend ahead. So let's take it hour by hour. As I said, isolated in nature showers and storms still going to continue over your next hour or two, 8, 9 o'clock. As we head into the afternoon, a majority of that activity does shift off to your east. Let's shift into Wednesday, because that's the day we're going to be watching for more widespread rain and maybe a few stronger storms in the mix as well. Starting off in the morning, dry. I think the majority of Wednesday is actually going to be dry. Noon looking dry as well. It's the evening hours that we're going to start to see these storms come and drop into the Mid-South. I'm thinking anywhere between 6, 7, 8 o'clock for portions of eastern Arkansas. This line going to be crossing over the Mississippi River into portions of Shelby County as we head 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, so later in the evening. We're going to be watching this line as it makes its way through. Could be containing some small hail and gusty winds as it shifts into the Mid-South. This is going to be overnight, tapering off as we head into your early Thursday. Maybe a few isolated showers and storms in the mix for your Thursday morning commute, but a majority of that activity is going to be over with. There is a slight risk of severe weather for some of us in the Mid-South as that makes its way in. This is going to be north of Shelby County, that slight risk impacting portions of northeastern Arkansas, northwestern Tennessee. Here in Shelby County, we are in a level 1 out of the 5 threat levels. And again, main impacts we're watching for: gusty winds, small hail, and some heavy rainfall as well. After we get out of that activity, out of the rainfall, after it shifts east of us, we're going to be dealing with heat into your later portion of your work week and into the weekend. I'm talking Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Feels like temperatures in the triple digits. Take a look at this over the next 5 days. Feels like conditions going to be warm over your week ahead, but into Friday and Saturday, Sunday really starts to ramp up. I'm talking triple digit feels like temperatures for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, also into your next work week as well. I would not be surprised if we see our first heat alerts of the season issued for Saturday and Sunday across the Mid-South. So what does that mean for you? If you're going to be outdoors this weekend, I just encourage you to pay attention to your body, how you're feeling, drink water, stay hydrated, even if you're not thirsty. Check on those around you, especially your children if they're going to be outdoors. And if you live around any elderly people, make sure to call, check on them as well, as they are the most vulnerable within these conditions. Just be careful out there. It's going to be a hot weekend ahead. Here's a look at your 10-day forecast. Rain chances stick around. Again, that next round coming into play later on Wednesday, early on Thursday. Actual temperature is going to be near 90 through your Friday ahead. I think we'll be dry on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you got any plans, it's just going to be hot out there. Middle 90s. Stick around as we head Monday into Tuesday of your next work week as well.
Mary, good morning. I can't hear you.
Hey, sorry, I'm just getting here last minute.
That's okay. That's all right. We're in the commercial break before we come to you. I just wanted to say hello. And we'll talk to you in about 30 seconds, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, our next guest is someone that's had great success in the music industry. She is an American folk singer, songwriter. She is someone who is very accomplished. In fact, her songs have been covered by various people you are very familiar with. Tim McGraw, Blake Shelton, Jimmy Buffett, just to name a few there. She's also a Grammy-nominated musician here for her 2018 album Rifles and Rosary Beads, co-written by U.S. veterans and their families. I'm happy to be joined on the Action News 5 Digital Desk by Mary Gauthier joining us. And I understand, Mary, you're going to be coming to Memphis later this month. Good morning.
Yes, hi, good morning. Yes, indeed. I'm looking at the June 28th date as an opportunity to be back in Memphis, and thanks for having me on today.
Yeah, no, it's good to meet you and get to know you a little bit about you and your accomplishments. You know, being a folk singer and a songwriter, you have to have inspiration, I would think, and at least to be a successful one. You certainly are that. Where does that inspiration come from, Mary?
Oh gosh, I wish I could answer that. I think artists pull from life, and what we do in folk music is try to create stories that make people have an emotional response because they relate to it. In another day and time, I would have been considered a country songwriter in the 70s, but today I'm more aligned with the folk category of music genre. But I'm a story-based songwriter, and the famous successful artists that record my songs resonate with the stories that I tell in my songs.
That's fantastic. Tell me about the biggest joys about going to various venues across the country and performing. What are some of the joys, and what are some of the things that you still hope to accomplish? Because you've already accomplished a lot.
Yeah, I play all over the world. We are citizens of the world at this point. We travel 150, 160 shows a year. We travel constantly. I got home at 2 a.m. last night. I meet people everywhere, and that's super interesting to have connections with people in cities all over the world, and to see them when I get to town and share a meal or sit in the green room or meet new folks at the merchandise table at the end of the show. That's a joyful thing to get connected with people in different cities all over the place. And as far as what my goals are at this point, I just want to keep writing songs that people care about, songs that people say matter to them.
For songs covered by well-known acts out there, I mean, Tim McGraw, Blake Shelton, Jimmy Buffett, just to name a few. There was a number of other people on that list, but certainly our audience will know them. Why do you think your songs resonate with such a large audience, especially those that are, artists out there that are so accomplished?
Well, I think it's because they emotionally connect with an audience. I think people can get inside the song and see themselves, and they relate to it. And, the artists at that level that are playing huge arenas, selling millions and millions of records, hundreds of millions of streams on the platforms, they want to connect with their audience, and they're always looking for songs that go into people's hearts and stay there. And I think that's my strength, that's the kind of writer that I am. I'm not a hit songwriter. I'm a songwriter that writes songs that tells the human story, the story of what it is to be alive today, and what it feels like, and the struggles and the victories and the experience of love and losing love. And I'm strong in the story department, and I keep saying that because that's really what I do. I'm a storyteller through song.
There's so much music and music history here in Memphis. Have you been here before? What's it like playing here?
Many, many times. I've played Memphis probably 8 or 9 times at this point. I've hit all the music sites multiple times. Memphis is a city rich in music history and rich in history, and it's just a incredible place to do what I do and to bring it to the people at the ground level. That's where I work.
So you have a concert coming up later this month, June 28th, at the Memphis Alano Club. Tell me who inspires you when it comes to music and when it comes to being a singer-songwriter, and what can concert goers or fans expect when you perform later this month?
I get my inspiration from so many different sources, books and films and other songwriters, having conversations with people. What I am is a troubadour, and a troubadour is a simple thing. We go town to town to town and tell stories and connect with people. It's not a big, huge arena type show. It's kind of the opposite. It's sitting around in a room where people are quiet and listening to the song stories. It's a bottle of water, a spotlight, and a bar stool, a guitar, and a person who has stories to tell. That's what I do, and that's what I will do in Memphis at the Alano Club.
It sounds like a very intimate setting, certainly,
Yes.
with your concerts. Anything else you'd like to share with our audience? We have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning here on the Digital Desk, Mary.
Yes. Well, storytelling is still alive. It's a beautiful and connective art form. And I hope some of the listeners will come join us and experience that in person. Most people go to the big, huge shows where there's thousands and thousands of people. And what I'm doing is different than that. It's almost like I'm connecting personally with everyone that's in the room. it'll be a smaller experience in terms of size, but a bigger experience, I think, in terms of emotional impact. And so if you're into that, come on down to the Alano Club on June 28th.
Okay, Mary Gaucher joining us on the digital desk. Thank you, and congratulations on a successful career and what you're doing. And we appreciate you coming to Memphis, and we're looking forward to your concert June 28th at the Memphis Alano Club. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me on. Have a beautiful day. Thank you.
Yes, you do the same. Thank you. All right, another live look from our High Five camera here. As we go to break, it is 76 degrees already at 10:39. More news in 1 minute. Morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. We are always trying to have optimal health, especially this summer where we're trying to get in shape. We're trying to be optimally healthy, both mentally, physically, nutrition-wise. And one of the things that we all have to keep in mind is that your oral health, your mouth health has to be optimal as well if you want to lead a healthy life. And joining me right now on the Action News 5 digital desk, Dr. Kevin Reed, a family dentist, to talk a little bit more about the importance of oral health. And Kevin, good morning to you. Let's talk a little bit about why the health of your mouth is so important to your overall health. Good morning.
Yes, Andrew, thank you. Listen, we all know about how important it is to have our teeth, right? We love our smiles. But what they've come up with in the last 10 to 15 years is the link between your teeth, your gums, and the blood supply that's going to your oral cavities and the rest of your body. And what we know, what they've proven, is that periodontal disease, which is over 70% of America after, of the world really, after 40 has periodontal disease. We know periodontal disease is a causal agent, a causal factor of some pretty serious systemic problems such as heart disease, diabetes, stroke, the potential for strokes, Alzheimer's even, and preterm labor. That's just to name a few.
Yeah, there's no question that that kind of situation where you do not take care of your mouth and your body overall suffers. There's no question about it. So let's talk about some fundamental ways, Kevin, because we have thousands of people who watch us each and every morning on the digital desk. I know that your family practice has been in business now for 75 years. So where can people start to really kind of take care of their health orally when it comes to not only seeing a dentist, of course, but in between those dentist visits?
Well,
just
so we don't just blow by
every once
that,
in a while,
though.
and it's rare.
Obviously,
but on the
quote,
board.
seeing the dentist, but coming to a dentist where you get a comprehensive exam, where they are checking the amount of bleeding in your mouth, they're checking for your cavities. That is, and you're getting professional help from the hygienist and the dentist. That is like the number one step. And then they're going to help you tailor your home care, which is going to be brushing. Nowadays, there's some excellent electric brushes. Oral-B makes one, Sonicare makes one. They're fantastic. In addition to the manual brushing, which is when you brush your teeth, what we want you to know is think that you're brushing your gums. If you brush your gums, your teeth will get cleaned. And that is the most important factor in your mouth is the gums, the periodontal, which is gums. And then, of course, obviously people know about flossing. The electric brushes help with that for those that slack a little bit on flossing, but we recommend flossing. And the third adjunct that we recommend is a water pick. And then the amount of times that you come back to the dentist is really important, and that would be your maintenance care. Some people it's 3 months, some people it's 4 months. A healthy periodontal situation would be 6 months.
Let's talk about certain foods that you see in your practice that get people in trouble when it comes to their mouth, the oral care, that sort of thing.
Well, here is a very simple rule that we preach every day in our practice and have for 30 years. They've done studies about the amount of sugar that is retained in your saliva. And so let's be clear about one essential rule, and that is cavities can only start by sugar. So every time I have something with sugar, a lot of times it's liquid. It could be my coffee. It could be the morning Coke. That's not a problem if you have it in 30 minutes. The problem is every time you sip a drink that has sugar or eat a food that has sugar or a food that is a carbohydrate that can turn to sugar, every time you do that, your saliva retains enough sugar for 30 minutes to cause decay. So then when you put on top of that, whatever your genetic makeup is, if you happen to have hard teeth, that may not be as big a factor. But if you've got softer teeth, that's a huge factor. So sugar is the number one element. We call it the 30-minute rule. Just remember, every time you have sugar in any form, it's a 30-minute rule. It's going to be in there for 30 minutes. So if you do that all day, you're bathing your teeth. And that is really the number one thing, is sugar. Now, I tell our patients, don't worry about your meals. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, have sugar. It's not a problem because what do we know? Even if you don't brush, now if you went and brushed, it would be gone, right? But if you don't brush right after the meal, we know it's going to be gone in 30 minutes. So the number one way to take care of your teeth is regular visits, but eliminate sugar between meals. You can use fake sugar. I'm not going to speak to whether or not fake sugar causes other problems. That's beyond my expertise. But fake sugar does not cause decay.
Yeah, no, that's good advice. Sugar causing cavities, that's huge, Kevin. Thank you. What about oral cancer and how prevalent is it? Ways to prevent it, that sort of thing.
Again, we go back to the same theme. That is one of the most important things we're going to do in your checkups. Your initial checkup, your follow-up maintenance checkups, we're going to be checking, and the best way to check for oral cancer is visually. And we do palpate and we look at the tongue and different areas that you can't see, but visually is the number one way. There are other devices out there that can shine a light, that can show areas of concern. Certainly if we see an area of concern, we send you to an oral surgeon and they do biopsies. You want to eliminate things that potentially cause cancer. And let's talk about such as smokeless tobacco, such as regular smoking, cigars, cigarettes, that sort of thing. Let's go to the prevalence of oral cancer. It is on the rise. It has become a very significant health risk. I've been doing this 43 years. I know. I only look like I've been doing it 35. But I've been doing this 43 years, and the amount of cancer that we saw 40 years ago was nothing compared to the amount that we see now and send into people. Roughly 60,000 new cases in the United States occur every year. That's a lot. So oral cancer, big, big concern.
Where do people make the biggest mistakes, Kevin?
You know, I think it gets back to regular care. I think the biggest mistakes are the perception that if I, as an individual, look in my mouth and I don't see anything and I don't feel anything, that everything must be okay. Unfortunately, by the time we see or feel, it's probably gotten to a point that now we're in more serious problems such as root canals, crowns, or extractions. So I think they get in the mistake of not doing the daily maintenance and not doing the however much you need to do during the year, 1, 2, 3, or 4 visits with a dentist. I think that's the biggest mistake. And too much sugar. People don't understand about sugar. You know, again, I go back to that. people would say, well, Doc, I only have one Coke a day. I go, that's fine. How long does it take you to drink your Coke? Well, I keep it on my desk and I have it all day long. So it's not quantity, it's frequency. And so I think sugar, I think lack of daily care, I think lack of regular maintenance visits with your dentist. That's the three big areas.
That's great. I appreciate that. Three big bullet points right there. Anything else before we let you go, Kevin? This has been very informative for our viewers.
Well, I would just encourage you to find a dentist, Google them. We've got a fun documentary you can see about our practice, but there's 8,000 dentists in Shelby County, and they're great. And so find a dentist, find a dental home that fits you. Maybe it fits your insurance, whatever it needs to be for you to be able to use that plan. And let's go there. Let's let them guide you in your personal home care. And I think that's where you go. I think that's what you do.
All right. I appreciate it. Dr. Kevin Reed with Reed
One more
Family
thing.
Dentistry.
One more.
Yeah.
One more thing, Andrew.
Okay.
I did forget. And I don't know where I stand on this, but I want to bring it up. One of the things that's in the news right now is taking out fluoride from the water. And I didn't mention fluoride. I should be a dentist. I should say absolutely don't do that. What I'm going to tell you is after 18 to 20 years of age, fluoride in the water does nothing for your teeth. It does nothing for mature enamel. It's for children, okay? So there could be some argument. Maybe there's some scientific evidence that we didn't used to have, and maybe there's some reason why that could sometimes happen in communities. But what is there, what we've been using for 20 years, is we put fluoride on your teeth now, even as adults, and it's 22,000 parts per million, and it actually incorporates and strengthens the enamel. We didn't used to have that until about 15 or 20 years ago. So we do treat adult teeth with fluoride, and that's very important for hardening the teeth. In the water, great, very important for children. In the toothpaste, it's really insignificant. 80 to 100 parts per million does nothing really in the toothpaste. So that's important, fluoride.
Okay, all right. Well, you got that in there. Dr. Kevin Reed, we appreciate your time. Thanks
you.
for explaining how important oral care is to our overall health, where people make mistakes, what people can do, just simple, easy steps to live a optimal, healthy life. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you. Okay, back here in the digital desk, I want to show you this live picture of I-240 at Airways and Lamar, and it is a mess. It is slow going down to a snail's pace right now in this area, and it's really hard to determine exactly why the traffic is this slow, but certainly, I mean, you can see it there. I-240, again, between Airways and Lamar, it is going extremely slow, and traffic is backed up considerably there. So if you can, avoid that area. Again, I-240 between Airways and Lamar in Memphis. Let's get another check of our forecast with meteorologist Maggie McCauley.
Well, happy Tuesday out there. We're starting off with some showers and storms this morning, but those are going to be tapering off as we head into your afternoon and evening hours. Our next best chance of rain comes in as we head late Wednesday into your early Thursday. Then we finally start to dry out into your weekend ahead. So let's take it hour by hour. As I said, isolated in nature showers and storms still going to continue over your next hour or two, 8, 9 o'clock. As we head into the afternoon, a majority of that activity does shift off to your east. Let's shift into Wednesday because that's the day we're going to be watching for more widespread rain and maybe a few stronger storms in the mix as well. Starting off in the morning, dry. I think the majority of Wednesday is actually going to be dry. Noon looking dry as well. It's the evening hours that we're going to start to see these storms come and drop into the mid-south. I'm thinking anywhere between 6, 7, 8 o'clock for portions of eastern Arkansas. This line going to be crossing over the Mississippi River into portions of Shelby County as we head 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. So later in the evening. We're going to be watching this line as it makes its way through. Could be containing some small hail and gusty winds as it shifts into the mid-south. This is going to be overnight, tapering off as we head into your early Thursday. Maybe a few isolated showers and storms in the mix for your Thursday morning commute, but a majority of that activity is going to be over with. There is a slight risk of severe weather for some of us in the mid-south as that makes its way in. This is going to be north of Shelby County, that slight risk impacting portions of northeastern Arkansas, northwestern Tennessee. Here in Shelby County, we are in a level 1 out of the 5 threat levels. And again, main impacts we're watching for: gusty winds, small hail, and some heavy rainfall as well. After we get out of that activity, out of the rainfall after it shifts east of us, we're going to be dealing with heat into your later portion of your work week and into the weekend. I'm talking Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Feels like temperatures in the triple digits. Take a look at this over the next 5 days. Feels like conditions going to be warm over your week ahead, but into Friday and Saturday, Sunday really starts to ramp up. I'm talking triple digit feels like temperatures for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, also into your next work week as well. I would not be surprised if we see our first heat alerts of the season issued for Saturday and Sunday across the Mid-South. So what does that mean for you? If you're going to be outdoors this weekend, I just encourage you to pay attention to your body, how you're feeling, drink water, stay hydrated, even if you're not thirsty. Check on those around you, especially your children if they're going to be outdoors. And if you live around any elderly people, make sure to call, check on them as well, as they are the most vulnerable within these conditions. Just be careful out there. It's going to be a hot weekend ahead. Here's a look at your 10-day forecast. Rain chances stick around. Again, that next round coming into play later on Wednesday, early on Thursday. Actual temperature is going to be near 90 through your Friday ahead. I think we'll be dry on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you got any plans, it's just going to be hot out there. Middle 90s. Stick around as we head Monday into Tuesday of your next work week as well.
Okay, back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, want to show you once again these live pictures here. As you can see from our T-Dot SmartWay camera, it is I-240 between Airways and Lamar. The traffic going very, very slowly this morning. It is 10:54, and certainly this is slow-going traffic. You can see all 3 to 4 lanes of traffic going very, very slowly there. I-240, again, this is I-240 between Airways and Lamar. If you can, just avoid this area at this time, because it is something where you're going to need extra time. If you go here, you can find alternative routes, certainly all throughout Memphis and the Mid-South, depending on where you're going. But again, I-240 between Airways and Lamar is a place you want to avoid on this Tuesday morning. Well, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Have yourself a wonderful afternoon. We got Action News 5 midday coming up at the top of the hour. We'll take you through the next hour of news, your news headlines, of course, your forecast as well. It really is expected to heat up later this week and this weekend. We're talking like triple-digit heat, so be on the lookout for that. And then join me once again bright and early tomorrow morning, another edition of the Action News 5 digital desk. The news goes from 7 until 11, Monday through Friday. That's when we are live here on our streaming channel on actionnews5.com. Also available on our free news app and our digital platforms like Amazon Fire, Apple TV, YouTube, and Roku. You can also just watch us on television, the Action News 5 Plus channel. That's channel 5.3 or channel 907 on Xfinity. I'm going to leave you here with the live pictures of our T-Dot SmartWay cameras there as traffic is slowly picking up. Again, this is I-240 between Airways and Lamar. You can see traffic slowly moving at a better clip, let's just say. Have a great afternoon.